Please take your seat. The program will be starting soon.
Left, please take your seats. We're so thrilled to have you here. My name's Louisa Savage. I'm executive editor of Growth at Politico. And on behalf of Politico and the tireless Politico Live team, I'd love to welcome you to day 3 of programming at the CNN-POLITICO Grill, the place to be here in Chicago. We have an amazing day for you. And for those of you following on the live stream, please follow us at the hashtag Politico Conventions. We have so many conversations today, and we have a big goal here, and that is really to bring you up close and personal with the key leaders here at the Democratic Convention, and to take you behind the scenes, to bring you conversations that you won't see on the main stage, and to go further in depth than what you might hear in the sound bites on TV. And there are really 2 questions that are guiding all our conversations throughout this week. The first one is, how do they plan to win? What are the strategies and the tactics that this ticket and this congressional campaign plans to use to win in November? And secondly, what will they do if they win? We really want to understand the nuances of where would there be continuity with the Biden administration and where would there be change? And I know those are the questions that are on your minds as well. So we're starting the day today with home state Senator Tammy Duckworth, followed by a rare interview with Harris-Walz campaign chair Jen O'Malley Dillon. And please stick around for the whole afternoon because we conclude the day with Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro just before he heads out to speak on the stage. And in between, we'll have a series of conversations that will be sponsored by our partner on this event, the National Association of Realtors. And we'd like to thank them profusely for helping us make this important day possible. So without further ado, we're going to move to our programming, but I'd also like to invite you all to follow our coverage at Politico.com, subscribe to Politico Playbook, and follow our podcast, Politico Playbook Daily Briefing, Deep Dive, and the Power Play podcast, which is our global politics podcast, for which we're doing a special taping in this very first interview. So welcome to you all, get comfortable, and please enjoy the day with us.
Please welcome Politico's Power Play podcast host, Ann McElvoy, and Illinois Senator Tammy Duckworth.
Good afternoon, everyone, and wonderful to be with you for our live taping of the Power Play podcast. And there's certainly quite a lot of power play going on here at the convention.
Yes.
See what we did there. With me, Senator Tammy Duckworth. Many of you will already know, and our audience across the Atlantic might like to get to know a bit better through this conversation. Senator, thank you very much for spending time with us today. Give me your insight on how you see the mood, because it seems to me that delegates, senior party figures, the crowds that we're meeting, exuberant, so really rocking it. They're loving everything that's happening in the hall. If you move outside, of course, you have protests going on, and some of them have a quite bitter undertone, talking about Genocide Joe, Killer Kamala, etc. Do you think that the situation in the Middle East, and particularly in Gaza, is one that is still haunting the party, particularly if there is no lasting ceasefire before we get to the election?
Well, I think it's an issue that's haunting all of us. I don't know how we cannot be haunted by the death of innocent civilians and the suffering that's going on, and the fact that we still have hostages who are not returned to their families. And in fact, I don't think people realize, but 10 of the hostages had Illinois connections. So I've been very deeply involved in tracking their well-being. But I will say that the atmosphere outside the convention is also equally hopeful, especially among young people. The number of young folks who have become re-energized and are organizing, mobilizing, ready to get out and knock on doors. These are the same people who maybe were staying home because of Gaza and the war, and now I think are now remobilized and are willing to come out and organize.
That is also a demographic where there is a strong feeling, often a critical feeling about the conduct of Israel in Gaza, and there is a fear, and we've seen it impact the British election campaign recently, that can lose support right in those groups who might otherwise be enthused, as you describe it, by Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Well, they're coming back because of Kamala and Tim. I think we started to lose them there prior to President Biden stepping aside, but I see them coming back, and that's just, it's anecdotal for me because it's who's reaching out to me, but frankly, the number of groups and young Democrat groups that are stepping up, our Asian American young leaders are stepping up, and so I actually see it as more hopeful, as more people are coming back, precisely because Kamala is our nominee.
Do you see the policy changing, though? I think you've said that your own experience serving the country and paying the price of very serious injuries in Iraq, that is kind of changing, and that will demand more changes perhaps from an incoming Harris-Walz administration, because that sense of loyalty through thick and thin to Israel is probably a bit more contested than it was in the party.
Well, I think you've seen President Biden speak up pretty strongly criticizing Netanyahu with the very poor decisions that he has made, and we've certainly sent very strong messages to the Israelis, and so I think that will continue and be even stronger in the Kamala's administration. But hopefully, I saw the president, spoke with him personally when he came in, and on Friday in the Oval Office. We are very close to a deal. We're going to continue to pursue that deal to get what we need, which is a ceasefire on both sides, as well as really pushing to get more humanitarian aid into Gaza.
Another topic, maybe not one that I expected so much when I arrived in Chicago, but which has just burst through the news agenda, is this argument about IVF and the moral political status of IVF. Now, you spoke movingly from the stage about having your own children with the assistance of IVF, and you said your struggle with infertility was more painful than any wound that you earned on the battlefield. And in your case, that's a very considerable sacrifice that you made. The only question I would have about it is, it feels a little bit like a dividing line, and does it really work as simply as perhaps intended, given that Donald Trump has said, despite that controversial Alabama Supreme Court ruling, that IVF was frozen embryos in IVF treatments were children, which obviously opened a lot of questions. But Donald Trump said that he supported IVF, so I wonder if you think it's particularly important to make that difference.
Let's make it clear, Donald Trump says a lot of things that he doesn't mean. He is a known liar, and so let's just look at what he has done and what he has taken credit for. And he's taken credit for the Supreme Court and the Dobbs decision. And frankly, he has done nothing to help restore IVF to these states that have come up with these personhood laws. And until you get to the fundamental issue, which is states that have declared that a fertilized egg is a human being with equal rights to the woman that would carry that fertilized egg, you are now making it so that you cannot practice IVF. When a fertilized egg is equal to the woman and has personhood rights, now those fertility doctors are potentially committing manslaughter or even murder when they do things like discard a non-viable egg. And so Donald Trump says a lot of stuff, but let's see what he has taken credit for and what is happening in the states, and he has done nothing to help stop the rise of these personhood laws, which is fundamentally the issue with IVF.
But what it's also opened up, and we've seen it in the Tim Walz case, is that then people give comments about it, as he did, where he sort of appeared to suggest that...
Well, he said fertility treatment, and IUIs, which is on the step to IVF. So there are many things with fertility treatments from, as I went through, you're given medication that helps your body produce more eggs. And then you're giving medication that helps your body produce more eggs, and the injections of hormones. And then you do IUI. I had 5 failed cycles of IUI. This is all fertility treatments. And many people are opposed to IUI as well. And then the last resort is IVF. And Tim was, they've said that they had fertility treatments, and that's how he has his children. And frankly, this is part of people not understanding how difficult this process is.
Just sort of just stitch that question, which was really that it ended up in an argument about whether he'd suggested that he and his wife had had IVF or IUI, another.
Right, he said fertility treatments.
Right. So, but I suppose what I'm suggesting is it does embroil politicians in this kind of detail, which is very personal and must be also very, very tricky sometimes for them and their families. So that I wondered whether you think it's also a good idea to open up the sort of moral mazes, if you like, when they are also extremely personal.
I think it's very good. I think that Republicans, in going after personhood amendments, in this frenetic desire to take away women's right to make choices about their own bodies and claiming that a fertilized egg is a human being, open up a can of worms, because I don't think people realize how much fertility treatments are part of everyday life for so many Americans. I think it's where breast cancer was in the 60s, because people were suffering from breast cancer, but people didn't know it because it was very deeply personal and almost shameful for people in a way. And we shamed women for saying that, you had breast cancer. People didn't talk about it. And it was only when we started talking about, I am suffering from breast cancer, and it became a part of normal conversation that people realized, oh my gosh, it touches my life and it touches many lives. Same thing with fertility treatments. I don't think people realize how widespread fertility treatments are and how much it touches every family. And when this happened, I think Republicans...
Do you think voters are going to wake up to that as a result?
Yes, because the moment people come to me, it's like half of my grandchildren are from fertility treatments. And so now you see the Republican Party trying to backtrack, but they can't backtrack until they get to the fundamental issue of personhood for a fertilized egg. And they're not willing to do that.
Now, talking of Donald Trump, and he does still seem to cast quite sort of psychological thrall over the convention. Do you sometimes think...
No, we just like to beat up on him. No, there's no psychological thrall here. This is just about us saying, this guy is terrible and he doesn't belong to be the leader of the greatest democracy in the free world, and we're going to tell you why.
Well, that was actually what I was going to come to, because you've castigated his remarks about military veterans, suggesting the highest civilian award is more prestigious than the Medal of Honor awarded to service members who've demonstrated conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity, which in your case is certainly the case.
Well, I am not a recipient of Medal of Honor.
No, sorry, but you are a recipient, a decorated war veteran for your efforts. Was really a point. You said that he was despicable for those comments, doesn't deserve to be Commander-in-Chief. Why do you think that his polling with veterans and with servicemen and women seems to still be pretty robust? I think around the 60%, some would put it higher. Can you explain that?
I think it's falling. I mean, when the VFW and the head of VFW came out and criticized him, I think this shows that this is the kind of thing where his support among the military, which tends to be more conservative, is falling. And people need to realize that the military is changing. Gen X, my generation, are now the highest ranking and on our way out. What you have in the military now are millennials who are now in mid and upper levels, and Gen Y coming in at the lower ranks. So you now have a military that has only ever served when women were able to serve in combat. They've only ever served when there was diversity and the ability to serve openly if you are LGBTQ. And you're seeing the demographics change in the military, and you're seeing a desperation within Republicans to try to reclaim that aspect. But you cannot be the party of patriotism if you think that the people who serve in uniform are suckers and losers.
Do you think that will impact this election, or is your prediction that takes a lot longer to fall? If you like
I damn well am going to do everything I can to make sure that it takes effect this election and make it clear that the 5-time draft-dodging coward does not belong in the Oval Office.
You were very quick to defend Tim Walz's military record against criticism from J.D. Vance, who's an Iraq War veteran himself. Those claims about deployment and his retirement from the National Guard. Isn't it fair? I mean, this is a bit of a provocation to you, but isn't it fair for opponents to raise questions about any perceived incongruities or inaccuracies as they see them?
You know, Sergeant Major Walz was deployed, but he was deployed to the European theater as opposed to directly into Afghanistan. But it was in support of Afghanistan. But let me make it clear, the people who are attacking him are attacking him because this is his strong point. This is the Rumsfeld doctrine. You take the thing in your opponent that is his greatest strength, that you are most afraid of, and you attack that and try to tear it down. So that's all the Republicans are doing. Today they put out, I think, a letter signed by over 24 Republican members who are veterans, and I think over 24 of them, they identified them as being retired when they actually are not retired. So they have some issues there with that statement. And they even called Ronnie Jackson an admiral when he was demoted. So if you talk about stolen valor, let's go talk to Ronnie Jackson about calling himself an admiral when he was actually stripped of that rank.
Can you see America ever going into the kind of warfare where you served in Iraq, you know the Afghanistan theatre very well? Of course, there's support for Ukraine that's been very strongly underlined by the administration. But you know, if you're honest and you look back to the times of the great American military interventions, do you think they're over and that an incoming administration could ever go back to having American boots on the ground, helicopters in the air, the rest of it?
Well, I think that we need to make clear that our leadership is still vitally needed. Part of what we need to do, and my support for the Ukrainian people, as heroic as they are, as important as Ukrainian freedom and liberty is, I'm not interested in supporting Ukraine because I admire their patriotism and their willingness to fight. I want to support Ukraine because I don't want Russia to take over Ukraine and then look to the rest of Europe, at which point Article 5 of NATO is invoked, which means now you have US troops boots on the ground. So it is really important for America's national security to support Ukrainian freedom and independence because it is about not having to send American troops overseas.
But whether it was connected to the Ukraine crisis, South China Sea or elsewhere, could you actually see anything like the interventions, which in the end, and a lot of people didn't think achieved what they set out to achieve, became very politically divisive, and which perhaps a new Democrat president in the White House might well face challenges where there will be a division about what America's role will be?
If Article 5 of NATO is invoked, we will be there. Illinois has been in a 35-year training relationship with Poland. Poland will be on the front line should Ukraine fall. You can expect to have Illinois National Guardsmen on the ground in Poland. In fact, we already have some there.
We went this far without the word Illinois, but you got there.
The great state of Illinois, let's say that.
The great state of Illinois. As I now know, I must always refer to it in every interview that I do here, on pain of never being invited back here again. Let's look into the campaign. Many voters tuning in, that first big national and international look at Kamala Harris. You know, and this is something we really want to focus on in this podcast, is the impact of this far beyond America as well as in it. What do you think she now needs to do to convince swing voters that she's the right choice, she's the safe choice, but more than that energy? I think it was Congressman Clyburn who said energy is one thing, but it needs to be harnessed, it needs to be targeted. Targeted at what? Harnessed?
The middle class. Targeted at the middle class, at working families, at making sure that the people in America who have to get up and earn that paycheck, who are still paying mortgages, who don't know how they're going to retire, how they're going to be able to pay for their prescription medicine, how they're going to pay for their children's college, that those people feel seen and know that we care about them and that we are going to represent them. You know, Illinois, the great state of Illinois, is 102 counties. About 6 of those are blue and 96 are red. I represent the entire state of Illinois, whether or not those voters vote for me, because they know that I see them. I see their struggles. I see what they are faced with. And that is what Kamala is going to do. Kamala and Tim Walz are going to get out there in America and say, I see your struggles. I see the fact that you are a 10th generation family farm, but you're about to lose that farm. And so that is what she needs to do.
And it's when you then get into the practicalities and the policy choices that supporting the middle class then just becomes becomes a bit harder than just saying you understand people's pain in terms of their pocketbooks and their family budgets. And just before the convention, Kamala Harris suggested a ban on so-called price gouging by food and grocery companies. That seemed to suggest some direct intervention there, but a lot of economists, including Jason Furman, I've interviewed who was in the Obama administration, said this is not a sensible policy. A lot of other economists who are otherwise pretty friendly to the idea of a continuation of the Democrats in power are worried about that idea of interventions on kind of price control, that they either don't work or they have a lot of unforeseen consequences. Your view?
Well, I think the colloquial, when you're speaking to the public, I think what the general public think about price gouging is the fact that pharmaceutical companies continue to make excessive profits at a time when people are struggling the most and are taking advantage of pandemics and the like. I think that the fact that oil companies like ExxonMobil and BP, these guys continue to make record profits and pay very little in taxes. I think those are the things that the average person think of when they think price gouging. Economists, can talk very much about economic policy, and we can get into the depths of that. But I think most people understand that there are unfair practices that are happening, and we need to stop that. The fact that
are you saying that
like
now in food prices there are unfair practices such that it would count as something that the government needs to get involved with in terms of price controls?
I think that we need to discourage some of this. I mean, the fact that you have companies that downsize the amount of cookies in a package and charge you more, that when you go to the store and you buy some, the fact that you buy something that last week cost the same amount to make, but suddenly you're paying more for less. Those are practices that we should be going after.
You disagree with Jason Furman?
Well, I do when it comes to some of these policies, yeah.
Great, we'll get him on Power Play and maybe we're going to keep this debate going. Look, this has been such an energetic start to the campaign, and I think everyone at the convention has felt that buzz in the air. But we're now heading to perhaps the next big event, once we've heard, of course, from Tim Wilson and Kamala Harris, will be that first TV debate. Do you think the campaign's ready for that? The last TV debate certainly had dramatic fallout, didn't it? What do you expect this time?
She's going to kick his butt, and he's going to have to be dragged off the floor out of there because, listen, Kamala and I went into the Senate together, and we campaigned together for 2 years before we were both elected at the same time. I'd be afraid to go up in a debate against her.
We're not afraid of anything, though, were you? A little bit afraid of Kamala Harris.
Well, let me tell you, when I served in the military, they gave me body armor and ammunition. But to go after a prosecutor of Kamala's quality is something that is very daunting.
We both know in 2016, we've been around in very different capacities, but there was a euphoria about Hillary Clinton, and a lot of people thought she couldn't lose, and she didn't win in the end. Do you think that there are still vulnerabilities that maybe Democrats just don't take on board? And if so, what are they? Have they changed, or are they the same?
We have learned our lesson from 2016. I think we took too many things for granted. I'll give you an example. Hillary lost Wisconsin, and she lost Wisconsin by about 30,000 votes. The black turnout vote in Milwaukee was down by about 35,000 votes. We're not going to let that happen again. We already have folks knocking on doors, getting out there. We had interference from both Russia and the Communist Chinese government in that election that is known with messaging that was happening. We're going after that as well. So we are not giving anything for granted. And then I want to plug in for the AA-NHPI community. Raphael Warnock and John Ossoff will tell you that their victories in Georgia was made possible in large part by the young Asian Americans who turn out and organize for them. And we have been focused very much on AA-NHPIers. They are the 4% margin of victory in so many of these key states like Michigan, like Arizona, like Nevada, and we're going to turn out.
We have a wrap-up question we ask all our guests, and we never let people know beforehand, ladies and gentlemen, what it is going to be. And we'd love to have you, all of you, and the Senator as a Power Play regular listener. Please follow the podcast. And who would you like to hear on it in the hot seat, now that you know what the experience is like? Who could we put on that make you into an avid follower?
I would love to see President Biden.
Yeah, we'd go for
I
that.
would love to see President Biden. I will tell you that when I was in the Oval Office on just this past Friday, he was energetic and focused on what needed to be done next, and he is almost having the campaign lifted off of him. I really see him as moving into a period where he's going to be very much like Jimmy Carter, a past president who does so much more for the country.
Bittersweet moment for him.
Bittersweet moment, but again, this is a man who loves his country more than he loves his own personal ambition. And I think you're going to see him focus, and I saw a little bit of that in the Oval Office on Friday, where he was talking about getting a peace deal, where he was talking about the cancer moonshot. He was just very energetic, talking about all the things on his agenda for the next 70 plus days he has. But I think he's going to be active beyond his presidency, the way Jimmy Carter was.
And we've got Senator Duckworth involved in the bidding for Joe Biden, people. So let's see if we can bring that one home. Tammy Duckworth, thank you so much for spending time with us on Power Play here in Chicago.
Thanks, it's good to be
great
here.
State of Illinois.
Thank you.
Please welcome Politico's White House correspondent and Playbook co-author, Eugene Daniels, and Harris-Walz campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon.
Hello, hello, everybody. First of all, I'm gonna have to sue Politico because I'm supposed to walk out to Beyonce music. That was not what just happened. So I will be talking to the producers right after. It was lovely to know you all. For those that don't know, Jen O'Malley Dillon needs no introduction, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Mainstay in Democratic politics for years, from Al Gore to John Edwards' presidential run, Obama's 2008 campaign, deputy campaign manager in 2012 for Obama, managed Beto O'Rourke's 2020 campaign, and famously came in to run President Biden's 2020 election, went to the White House, and then came back to the Biden and now Harris campaigns. I want to get you on kind of some breaking-ish news that's happening right now.
Right at the time. All right, let's get to it.
With one of the third-party candidates.
Yeah.
RFK says that he has a speech on the path forward, and for many of us, and for you, you know what that means. Nicole Shanahan, his VP pick, says, we might walk away right now and join forces with Donald Trump. We walk away from that and we explain to our base why we're making this decision. What's the reaction from the campaign about, one, him dropping out, and how do you think it's going to impact the race?
Yeah, well, it's nice to be here with you guys. We said we were a little gender reveal-y up here.
We also agreed that gender reveals are bad.
Yeah, well, also those are bad. Yeah, I agree with that too. Look, first of all, I will say at the top, we are very confident that the vice president's going to win, whether she's running against one candidate or multiple candidates. And at the same time, I think when you look at RFK and what's happened over the last several months, the more the American people hear from him, the more we see that they don't like him that much. And they think that what he's saying is more extreme. You saw his numbers peak several months ago. They've continued to drop. I think that's similar to what we're seeing with Donald Trump. And I think a lot of the base of the support that exists across the board is going to stay. So I don't think it's going to really interfere with the race too much. I think we're going to continue to be focused on what we have to do, and we're going to be ready regardless.
Do you think he pulled from former President Trump or you guys more?
Well, look, I think it's actually been in flux, right? I think, first of all, the vice president carries the support of the Kennedy family, and they have talked about the legacy and the importance of the values that their family has always stood for and is represented in our ticket and in our party. I think, when he came out of the gate, there was definitely a sense of, well, what kind of candidate is he? We don't know much about him. I think the more and more you heard what he was saying out there, the more and more you saw him making connections with Trump and financed by a lot of donors that are also financing the Trump campaign. I think you saw that be more of a place where he was landing on the extreme side.
Yeah. So I want to move over to kind of almost a month ago today, I think, when President Biden tweeted out the news that he had moved on. I guess he kept saying that eventually that God Almighty was going to have to move him off the ticket, but then also that if he was shown that he couldn't win, that if he made a determination that he couldn't win, that he was going to knock it out. Had you made that determination that President Biden couldn't win?
No, I mean, look, I think you heard from the president last night. You heard this was a decision that he felt like he had to make sure that we did everything possible to defeat Donald Trump. And that's been the mission since the day he got into the race. All of you have heard him talk about when he got in 2019, it wasn't necessarily the path that he had imagined to begin with. And he really felt like it was critical for him to do that. But I think when you heard him last night, what you heard him in his letter and how he quickly went and endorsed Vice President Harris, so much of that was about making sure we did everything possible to put the country first, and President Biden's always done that.
Yeah. There are folks within Biden world who are still a little upset, maybe, at people like Speaker Nancy Pelosi, your old boss Barack Obama, Chuck Schumer, for, as folks have put it to us, unfairly treating and pushing out President Biden from the ticket. Are you among those folks? How are you feeling about
You know what? I think this convention, which we were talking earlier, I don't tend to always come to conventions or always think that they really drive strategic imperatives of the campaign. But I think if you look at this convention, you see the greatness of this party and the leaders of our party, from the Obamas last night, the Clintons, President Biden, the First Lady. We just have such extraordinary leaders, and they are always putting the country first, and I think that's what President Biden did, and I think that's why not only getting out of the race, but then moving so quickly to support Vice President Harris, and then to say music to my ears as a campaign person, to hear from the president say he's going to be the #1 volunteer. We will take him up on that. And at its core, both the president and the vice president know what it takes to win.
Yeah. I guess on President Biden being that #1 volunteer, where do you think he's most useful? Some of our colleagues wrote a story that kind of the Midwest, that blue wall area where he spent a lot of time already in Pennsylvania, because we were always on the road and almost there every weekend. But is that kind of where you guys are thinking of utilizing the president?
Well, look, I think the president has been a president for all Americans, and so I think part of what you're going to see is him continue to do his day job as president. But I also think what's so unique about President Biden and Vice President Harris is how they connect with real people and the stories. It's not just about the legislation from an administration standpoint. It's about how it impacts people and being able to make those connections. So, of course, we will see President Biden in Pennsylvania, but we will also see him making those connections, and the Vice President and Governor Walz, too. So we're just excited to have so many people that can be out there on the road for us.
There's been, and you kind of nodded to it, this kind of huge surge of enthusiasm among Democratic voters, donors. We're seeing that a lot here. Lord John last night, which probably wouldn't have happened if President Biden was the nominee.
Maybe.
You never know.
Maybe.
What do you think it was about the switch from Biden to Harris that has kind of pulled in all of this energy and enthusiasm and excitement for the party?
Well, I think, first of all, from what President Biden did to be able to really put his country first and how quickly he went to support the vice president. And then, look, traditionally at this time in any election is when people start tuning in, people start paying more attention to this race, and having the opportunity to have the convention in the middle of this phase. I think it really allowed us to be able to reach out to people. Big things happened, and so people are paying more attention. And those folks that aren't like all the rest of us that are watching today, we're tuning in a little bit more. And I think it also gives us such an opportunity right now in this phase of the campaign to introduce the Vice President and Governor Walz to the country. And I think people are interested in that. And I think that really has opened the doors to new people seeing themselves in what we're building together.
Yeah, on the introing them, right? You have Vice President Harris is obviously tomorrow. You have Walz today. I'm sure he'll lean into his coach of it all. But when you think about introducing Vice President Harris throughout this week and also moving forward, what are the top 4 things you feel like you guys are trying to get voters to understand about who she is? I keep hearing about her McDonald's stint. That feels like that's at the top of that list.
Well, you know, I worked at Burger King for like one day and it didn't go very well for me. So
you guys duel about which one's better?
No, she was way better than I. Well, look, I actually think this is a pretty big part of the whole campaign. This phase right now, for us, we all know who the Vice President is, but the American people don't. What they know they like, but they really don't know her that well. And they don't know her story. And sometimes when you are a sitting office holder, you don't always have the opportunity to be out there and tell people, you know, the elements of your life that helps you as you're making decisions day in and day out. So we really think for the Vice President and Governor Walz, who is amazing, but is not all that well known, this is really a great opportunity for us to really define the race in our terms, to be able to lay out who she is, who she's always been fighting for, what she's gotten done, whether she was a prosecutor or attorney general, the fact that she has come up as middle class, just like so many of us. Her first policies she put forth really anchoring in the middle class and understanding that we need to do things to make lives easier for people, and talking about things like housing. And you know, if you saw the Vice President in North Carolina last Friday, where she was talking about her mom and how she saved for a decade to be able to afford their first house, and she was in high school, and the pride she felt in that. So I think so much of what this opportunity we have right now is to not just say who she is and who she's been fighting for, but how those values and her life's work has led to this point and led her to be the partner she's been to the president, and to be the kind of individual leader she's going to be moving forward.
You talked about her speech in North Carolina. She did some economic policy there. She's talked about immigration a little bit. There's been kind of a question about when there's going to be a longer rollout of policy. But I've been talking to some Democrats, and what they've been telling me is maybe this is a vibes election. Maybe this isn't a policy paper election, right? Like former President Trump isn't exactly known for his own love of the ins and outs of policy. Are we going to see more policy, or is this kind of a vibes election happening for her?
Well, this will not surprise you to say that I don't believe it's either or. And look, I think, you know, we've been in this race for 4 weeks with the Vice President at the top of the ticket, and the first thing she did was roll out a policy on key issues that are the things that the American people are focused on. How to bring down costs, how to think about things that they need in their lives, that they want to make sure that their elected officials understand. So I think that's a big piece of business, and we're going to continue to do that. At the same time, let's not forget what we're in contrast to, which is Donald Trump and the Project 2025. And, you know, we might say he doesn't have a lot of policy, but the stuff that's been put out there, you know, national abortion ban, repealing ACA, tariffs that are going to create tax hikes on the middle class, those are policies, and they're policies that have real impact on people's lives. And I think you're going to continue to see us really talk about that in contrast. And I think we'll have the ability to reach people that are not partisan or political. That's part of what you're seeing here, but also about things that really matter in their lives.
How has the campaign had to reorient itself in that switch, right? You talked in 4 weeks, lots of changes that have to happen. What changes for you guys, the top 3 categories, I guess, when you're thinking about, okay, we had President Biden, who has been around for 52 years, people know him, right? And then Vice President Harris. How does that change what you guys do?
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously we've had some big changes, but fundamentally, an election is still a choice about the future. And I think that what you have seen and what we've been building is just, one, we have an extraordinary team of people. You know, almost 2,000 people all across the country that really have never lost sight of what is at stake and what they're here to do, and really that there is a clear choice. And so I think that as we continue to build, while we have a new leadership, of course, and the vice president has been really stepped into this moment in an extraordinary way, Governor Walz, and seeing them together, I think that authenticity is a big part of what people are responding to. But I also think fundamentally this is an election about the future, and our job as a campaign is to make sure that we don't lose sight of that we create as much space right now to define this race on our terms, and that's a different strategy than what we had before. President Biden is very well known, especially President Biden versus Donald Trump. We have an opportunity now, and you see some of the announcements from our campaign about advertising dollars we're spending now, the work we're doing on the ground. That matters today as much as it's going to matter in October as people continue to pay attention and they see what's happening and they want to do more and get more involved.
Yeah, and bringing those teams together, right? You've talked to our colleague Chris Catalago kind of about, I guess, growing pains, right? When you bring all of these hundreds and thousands of people together and as you add people to the campaign. You told him there's no doubt when you have 2,000 people and you're changing who's at the top of the ticket, that is going to take a minute to make sure that everyone's seated well, and we still have more work to do on that. That was a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
How are people seated now?
Well, I mean, look, the proof is in the pudding. We're doing all right, but we have a long way to go. And I think it is true. I mean, I'm not going to, anyone who's run a big organization that is going through a massive transition, it's going to take time to pull all those pieces together. But we have 76 days. And if I can deliver one message here today, it is that this is going to be an extremely close race. It is a margin of error race, and we have to do everything possible to make sure we capitalize at every moment. And the thing that has been so wonderful about all of this is that this campaign really does reflect the vice president and Governor Walz. We built a whole running mate team. Obviously, we didn't have one before and we didn't need one, but our leadership from the top on to the bottom of this campaign, it is based on people coming together, people who have worked with the vice president forever, right, in all different roles, people that have worked for President Biden, people that have come off very competitive statewide Senate races, people that work for the Obamas and the Clintons. We have such an extraordinary amount of talent. And what has really come together and has been so wonderful is that they are all in it, not for themselves. Just like President Biden, just like Vice President Harris, it is to make sure that we win because too much is at stake, and everyone is plugging in and doing an extraordinary job. And I think when we look back on this, it's because the people that have been part of this really reflect the Vice President's leadership, but also really reflect understanding what we're all here for.
Yeah, you talked about this being a close race. Vice President Harris, first privately and then publicly, has been telling all of you that to run like the underdog. She's often talked about not losing to Donald Trump, but losing to the couch. And not the J.D. Vance joke couch.
I was like, wait a minute, where are we going?
Like right there, I'm sorry. What does running like the underdog actually look like for you guys?
Yeah. Well, I'm so glad you brought this up because I do think we are the underdog. I mean, we're running against a former president. And so you can't take that for granted. But we feel very good about where we are in terms of what we're seeing in our own data and the polling. But even the best polling out there has this completely tied. And at the end of the day, you do not win unless you win 270 electoral votes. Our job is to make sure we never lose sight of that. And it means that you have to go out there and fight for every vote. And you have to make sure that the American people understand that they can see themselves in part of what we're building and in the vice president's vision. And as a campaign, our job is to make sure we're reflecting all of that. I really do think that we have consolidated our support across the coalition that helped elect President Biden and Vice President Harris in 2020. There are new voters that are available to us post-Dobbs that we saw in 22. But our responsibility now as a campaign is to continue to make sure that we're fighting every day for those votes and we're giving people a reason to stay engaged, to continue this momentum, to make this the floor instead of the ceiling.
As she's making that argument, as you guys are going out there, I want to get back to the policy for 1 second. I've talked to some folks who worked for Al Gore when he was
We're going in the way back machine.
Way back when he was running for president as vice president, and they talked to me about the happy space of differentiating and like saying what you're going to do as Vice President Harris is going to have to do, but not distancing yourself from the guy that you have to go into the Oval Office with. So how's the campaign thinking about that and kind of towing that line?
Well, I mean, look, I think first of all, the vice president has been campaigning for the last year and leading on really key issues that the American people care most about. I mean, she's been the tip of the spear on reproductive freedom and traveling across the country on that. She was leading an black economic tour across the country. And so, you know, what you're going to continue to see, I think, is a partnership on values, on the things that brought the president and the vice president together to begin with, that brought Governor Walz into the fold. And then, of course, you heard from the president. The vice president is going to put her own stamp on the future. And you saw that right out of the gate when she was giving her economic remarks. And I think that at the end of the day, you're going to continue to see her lead and do that exactly as we've been talking about, by talking about who she is, making sure people know where the fight she's had in the past and who she's fighting for, how she wants to lead this country forward, but never losing sight of the fact that this is about the future, in contrast to Donald Trump.
Yeah. You're a nerd for this map stuff.
Yes, I am.
You should take that as a compliment.
Thank you, I will.
So first, the folks we've spoken to on the campaign believe there are more pathways than there were when President Biden was at the top of the ticket. A lot of the focus seemed, you guys are still spending a lot of money in a lot of states, but that the 3 blue wall states was where you felt like that path was. Why does it feel like there are more pathways now?
Well, first of all, we need 270 electoral votes, and for us as a campaign, having multiple pathways to 270 gives us the greatest chance of handling any fluctuations in the race. I don't know if you noticed, we've had some fluctuations in the race, and that has allowed us to really capitalize on this moment, in part because we have operations in all of these battleground states. We have a structure on the ground of volunteers and offices. You know, you've heard us from a campaign standpoint talk about this a lot. Over 300 offices, 1,500 staff on the ground in these states, and they are there to reach voters. Just this weekend alone, I love this so much, to talk about nerd that I am. Just this weekend alone, we reached 1 million people in battleground states through direct voter contact. 1 million people. That is a big deal. I would put a swear word in it, but I know that that is not appropriate in this venue.
Yes, we're all adults.
Big deal. Big deal. I'm trying to, be a better version of myself. But
I'm not.
But for us, the 1 electoral vote in Nebraska too is going to matter as much as what's happening in Georgia and what's happening in Nevada, because we need to keep all those in play. And the wider our map is, the more Donald Trump has to play on that map. And our opportunity is kind of connecting to all the things we've been talking about. People are starting to pay attention because of the shift in this race and the opening up of a new candidate and a lot of excitement. People are plugging in. You're seeing strength for the vice president with key constituencies that have always been core to her, including Latino voters. And we feel very good about both the path for building our coalition, increasing turnout, increasing registration, but also reaching a lot of these swing votes. I mean, these are battleground states for a reason, and they're going to all be on the margin. They are going to be extremely close, and so what we're building allows us to capitalize on that.
Yeah. What swing states are your best bet? Ignore them. It's just us talking. It's the off the record. I won't tell anybody. But like, when you're looking at the map, right? Yeah. What are the states where you're like, maybe we have to spend less money here because we kind of feel very good about this? Is it Nevada? Is it Pennsylvania? Maybe Wisconsin? Feel free to list all of them. Right
You're never going to hear me say that, answer this at all about spending less money. Look, I think you see, and where we're spending resources, that our responsibility is to make sure we are leaving no stone unturned in any of these states. So when we look at Pennsylvania, we look at travel, we look at advertising, we look at organizing, we look at different communities, and we think about what kind of coalitions are there. We think about the electorate, and we want to make sure that we don't have just one thing we're doing. We have all of that kind of built together. So there is no part, this is a close race. We can't afford to take and look away from anything. And so for us, we need to make sure that we are doing everything possible so that we can win each one, and we have multiple pathways. So we will continue to do that. And we also do see a lot of states that, like Minnesota, pretty excited with our choice. And those are places that have traditionally been Democratic states. We have always had organizations there to handle the flux of what's going to happen in the race. But we feel pretty confident that we're going to continue to build on what we've already had, and that our strategy there continues to be playing this as an underdog in a very close race.
So you don't have like a favorite swing state?
Oh my God, favorite.
How many, when
Get me in so much trouble.
So Michigan, for example,
Yeah.
one of the things that people have been talking about a lot, I've talked to some of the uncommitted folks who are here today. When you think about Gaza and the kind of how young voters are feeling, how Arab Americans are feeling about the policy of the Biden-Harris administration, how are you thinking about how that's going to impact the vote in Michigan, for example?
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously it is a very difficult issue, and I think the vice president has been very clear that she's going to continue to do everything in her power as vice president with President Biden to push for and do everything possible for a permanent ceasefire, to bring home the hostages, continuing humanitarian aid, and also making sure that there is space for this conversation in our party. The great thing about what we are doing here is that you can be a never Trumper, you can be a Republican who has never been with us before, you could be a young person, you could be nonpartisan, you could be a coach of an Olympic team, and you have a home with us in our party, which is often built just to talk to the people that have always been with us. That is not who the vice president is. That means, and you've heard her say this herself, you have to talk about issues, you have to make sure we have very difficult things we have to tackle. We have to keep giving people an opportunity to have those conversations. That's in Michigan, that's everywhere.
Yeah. You talked about the electorate that she has kind of available to her. I've been following her around for 3.5 years. We're all very exhausted, but she has focused a lot on black voters, brown voters, young voters. When you guys think about how the electorate she has now has available that maybe President Biden didn't because folks were upset with him, who is that and where are those folks in these states?
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, I think that she has been very strong with what we call the Biden coalition, the people that made up the base of the vote in 2020. That is now the Harris-Walz coalition, and a lot of that looks similar, where we are focused on ensuring that we're talking to young people, that we're talking to communities of color, we're talking to people that maybe are not that politically engaged. We're giving them a reason and a way to plug in. You know how hard it is to reach people, and that the way you communicate, this is very important what we're doing here. However, it does
You can
not,
come whenever you want.
Yeah,
we'll have you at any live event you want.
This is a lot already. This is good for me. But there's a lot of people that aren't paying attention to this. So how do you reach young people? And I think for certain, the vice president and Governor Walz, as they've been out there, we're going to continue as a campaign to find different platforms and ways that people can see themselves and get information about this campaign. At the same time, the vice president has been leading and talking about issues like reproductive freedom. And that is an issue that affects everyone. Whether you're a woman or you're a man, it is not a woman issue. And it is from abortion to IVF to contraception. And I think that is a big part of how we think about an expanded audience of people. But don't forget, it is the Biden-Harris administration that is the most pro-labor party. Her strength with union voters, working class voters, Governor Walz, who comes from a small town and is going to be out on the trail. I think that what you see in our ticket is really a balance of what you see in this country. And at its core, our country is looking for people that are going to put the people of this country ahead of politics. They're going to work for solutions. They're not going to be afraid to work across party lines, and the vice president has been leading on that from the beginning. So I think it's very exciting what we're building and the support that she's continuing to grow.
Yeah, you've talked about battleground voters, you call them re-engagement targets, who are with you in 2020 but may not be as engaged now. Since Harris has taken over, have you seen a shift in this group? Did the change reignite voter enthusiasm among this kind of re-engagement targets that you have?
There is no doubt that the vice president and Governor Walz have tapped into energy in this country and in our party. Now, some of that, again, is sort of the structure of a race where you are at the phase of the campaign where you have a convention and you're moving to the fall, and we're going to have a debate, hopefully if Donald Trump shows up, but we will be there. But those things are kind of seminal elements of a campaign where people tune in more and more. So we're going to see that, but at its core, I think from the vice president and Governor Walz, just seeing them on the campaign trail together and seeing the size of the rallies. I'm not here to tell you that the size of events make the difference on whether we will win or lose, but I am here to tell you that that is all genuine, what she is building and igniting with people in terms of their energy and wanting to learn more and wanting to show up, and we're seeing that grow. Last night, how awesome was last night? You don't have to say awesome. It was awesome. It was awesome organizationally, but you know, you had 19,000 people in a stadium in a battleground state tuning in at the same time that we had the convention. and all the technology worked, which is honestly what I care about as much as anything else. But those are voters, and they wanted to be part of this. And I think that that is when you capture a moment and an energy, and people want to join in part of that, we're going to continue to see that grow. And I think the vice president has really just catapulted us to this next level and this next phase of the race.
Yeah, I know you have to go. I'm getting text messages from no one back there. When you used to work for President Obama, he and the First Lady spoke last night. They're two of the most popular Democrats, I guess, on the planet. Obviously, you saw how people reacted to the things that they said last night. How are you guys going to utilize them in this campaign? Are they going to kind of be talking to donors, or are they going to get on the road a lot?
Yeah, well, I mean, as I said, I'm not normally a convention person, but I couldn't help myself thinking over the last 2 days just how tremendous to be part of this and to be in a place where we have leaders like the Obamas. The second gentleman I thought was amazing last night in telling a story about who the vice president is in ways that you know, not everyone knows about. But I think no doubt, whether it's President Biden, the First Lady, the President Obama and Mrs. Obama, whether it is our principals, surrogates, elected officials, what we are facing is people wanting to do more and more. And we're going to see people on the road, whether it's encouraging people to get registered, whether it's talking to grassroots events, whether it is finding ways to reach their own networks of people and pulling them in. I loved Mrs. Obama's speech last night where she was talking about how important it is to take action and to not need to be asked, to just go do. You can talk to people in your own lives and make a big difference.
Maybe she had a target audience in mind.
Well, I would not add to that. I would just simply say, you know, for us to be successful, because this is going to be so close, we need everyone. And we need everyone to be part of this and to feel like they can be part of this. And it doesn't, we will have the organization and the campaign to tap into this, but it doesn't take that for someone in your life to say, hey, go get registered, or did you hear about this, or make sure to tune in for 5 minutes about something that really lays out what's at stake in this election. And that is what we have the benefit of for this week.
Yeah, Lauren's going to kill me. I'm going to ask one more question.
Yes.
What keeps you up at night?
Well, my 3 kids do.
Other than the physical humans in the house.
Right. Honestly, complacency.
Yeah.
Right. I certainly feel like, you know, you could kind of look at this moment and be so energized and be like, oh, we got it. Yeah. And we don't have it. We don't have it. This is going to be an extraordinarily close race. I cannot state that enough. How many times have I said it already?
Quite a few, yeah.
But I know, hey, I'm on message.
Oh, exactly.
They train me well. But truthfully, seriously, we are a polarized nation in a challenging time, and despite all the things that are happening in this country, Donald Trump still has more support than he has had at any other point. Mm-hmm. It is our job as a campaign, it is our job working for the vice president to make sure the American people understand her vision, they understand what she's standing for, they understand that there is a real choice in this race, but it is going to come down to every single vote. I have been doing this for a very long time, and this is hard business, but this one is for all the marbles, and I want to make sure that everyone understands, no matter how good it feels right now, take that, bottle it, but we have to keep building for it because it's going to be that close, and that's what we're focused on.
Jen O'Malley, Dillon, thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Guys so much. It's great.
Stay right here. The mayor's panel is about to begin. And later today, Senator Raphael Warnock, Governor Josh Shapiro, and more. Please welcome Politico's global playbook author, Suzanne Lynch, New York Mayor Eric Adams, Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens, and Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Great to see such a packed room here in Chicago at the Politico CNN Grill. And hi to all our viewers watching this remotely too. My name is Suzanne Lynch. I'm author of Politico's Global Playbook. That's our kind of flagship international newsletter that serves our growing global audience and connects some of the centers where Politico works out of: Washington, Brussels, and further afield. And we cover some of the world's big global moments, including the Democratic Convention, because I can tell you a lot of people around the world are watching the United States, watching this city, and waiting to see what happens in November. I'm delighted to be hosting this panel with three of America's best-known mayors: Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson, Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens, and New York Mayor Eric Adams. So, Mayor Johnson, we are in your hometown of Chicago, so I'm going to start with you. Just yesterday, the Republican vice presidential candidate, J.D. Vance, had this to say about Chicago and the fact that the convention is taking place here. He said, "It's almost a joke to me that they held it in Chicago, which has become the murder capital of the United States of America, thanks to a very failed Democratic leadership." And he described it as a third world country. What's your response?
Well, first of all, thank you all for being in the greatest freaking city in the world, the city of Chicago. And we've been having a lot of conversations, so my voice is returning slowly. But let me just say this. The Republican Party as a whole, they are becoming increasingly more and more useless. The Republican Party is about as needed or as useful as a hotel key card after checkout. They don't serve purpose anymore. And the fact of the matter is, since I've been in office, $20 billion of new investment, of which $7 billion of new investment right here on the west side of the city of Chicago. We've passed a $1.25 billion investment for neighborhood and economic development. It's the most substantial investment for the west and south sides in the history of Chicago. And by the way, for the record, homicides in the city of Chicago are down double digits since I've been in office. Listen, homicides are down across America. The work that Mayor Adams and Mayor Dickens and other mayors are doing across America, we're actually showing up for the American people, unlike the Republican Party, who was dedicated to chaos. Again, this is the party that made an excuse when a bunch of extremists attacked our country and wanted to overthrow an election. We will not be lectured by someone who doesn't even believe in democracy.
But in saying that, and I hear that is really interesting to hear those statistics you mentioned there. But at the end of the day, you know, a lot of voters are concerned about, you know, certain trends in cities that we did see after the pandemic. Now, as you say there, some of that has improved. But, you know, how big of an issue, you know, the Republicans are able to tap into some concern that voters have. Andre Dickens, I mean, do you think your party is able to counter those concerns about things like crime in urban spaces? I mean, are you equipped enough to counter that narrative?
Well, yeah, as Mayor Johnson said, across America, homicides are down, and they've been down under the Biden-Harris administration. The things that we put in place with American Rescue Plan Act dollars, the things that came in place that help people get jobs, this jobs growth has helped to reduce violent crime. Atlanta had the 4th highest drop in violent crime across the nation of any other city last year, and that was due to us working well, just like all these other mayors, on our youth programs, on our jobs programs, and making sure people were employed and active. And so these were policies that Biden and Harris, they put together, and I think that when Harris becomes president, we'll continue to see a proliferation of those great policies working directly with mayors. The other thing I'd say, too, about this is we know very well that when you have, you know, federal policies and they don't reach down to cities, you're going to have a problem deploying them. Right. You're going to have a problem implementing them. You're going to have a problem with people being able to see it. Well, that's why the bipartisan infrastructure law, the American Rescue Plan Act, they came to cities. And so for us to be able to have this money that we can deploy, because we know what's going on in our cities. We live it, we breathe it every day. People get to see us and tell us the problems. So when we have this great relationship with, like, the HUD secretary who's here in the audience today, we can call directly to the White House. And that has made a significant difference in everything from housing to transportation projects, to everything, the Department of Labor, working on our labor improvements and making sure people have jobs, increasing our minimum wage in Atlanta to $17.50 an hour. So these things came under Biden, Harris, and mayors like us that are Democrats that are leading complicated cities and not just talking about it, but doing the work.
And actually, Mayor Dickens, that's a crucial theme you're hitting on there, that relationship between the federal and the city level when it comes to all these challenges facing the city. You described a very kind of positive relationship there. I mean, Mayor Adams, your own relationship with the Biden administration, with the federal government, it hasn't always been, you haven't always been singing from the same hymn sheet. I'm thinking of the migration issue that reared its head, particularly a couple of years ago. Did the Biden administration do enough there? What's your response?
Well, I think, first of all, families could disagree, and that's quite all right. But when you look at the overall analysis of what the Biden and Harris team were able to produce for our country around public safety, around affordability, around those issues that are bread and butter issues. And in the Democratic Party, that's really unique. We are not insensitive and insecure about our relationships, that if we disagree, we disagree.
That's right.
But we're going to move the country forward. And we did that. Cycling out of COVID, many people forgot that 5-letter word that devastated our country. They got us through that. They got us through us with a stronger economy. They got us through it when I needed the president to come to New York City to look at the overproliferation of guns on our streets. As the Democrats have fought to get rid of assault rifles and really support public safety, we are the party of public safety. And so in those areas where we disagree, we're going to be candid, we're going to be honest about it. But I call for executive orders. That's what this administration did. And due to those executive orders, we saw going from 4,000 migrants and asylum seekers a week coming to our city down to less than 700. And so there were real bipartisan solutions that the Republican Party stopped. We need to be clear on that long-standing needs of having real immigration reform is what we need to look at, because we need to put people on the pathway of the American dream.
Mayor Johnson, just on this issue of migration, and it's often linked sometimes to homelessness, which is a situation, a discussion we can have a bit later. But I notice here, and other people have said it, we see, you see people on the streets of Chicago. I saw signs, people, begging, saying they're from Venezuela, from different parts of the world who've come to Chicago. What is the situation at the moment in terms of your ability to house these migrants that are coming? There does seem to be, not as much as this busing up to the cities from the south that we saw, and we had been maybe expecting it this week. But bring us up to speed on where things are on that.
Well, let's go back to what Mayor Adams said, that we had the failure of Trump Republicans who blocked a bipartisan agreement between the Senate and President Biden to actually do something about the border. We have not had substantive immigration reform policy since I was in high school. And the one we did before that, the Bears were Super Bowl champions. So much has changed over the course of decades in this country, but the one thing that has not changed has been the ill will, mean-spirited ideology of the Republican Party. Now, the fact that we have a sitting governor in Texas using his power to attack our cities. You all see what's in common up here.
Yeah.
He is sending buses to our cities and attacking what is good and decent about our country. Whether you are a descendant of slaves, or whether you are immigrants, this is a country that has been founded on those very principles and values. Look, the city of Chicago is a beautiful testament to it. A black Haitian immigrant fell in love with a Potawatomi woman, set up and established a trade post at the banks of the Chicago River because they understood that this would be a global place for trade to occur. And that's the love story of Chicago. That's the love story of America versus the hate that's coming from the Republican Party. Now, the bottom line is this. Vice President Kamala Harris has demonstrated her commitment to investing in our people, making sure that we have real substantive policies to transform our immigration policies in this country, but investing in people. She's called for $100 billion to create a pathway to home ownership in this country right now. She has called for a policy that would provide rental support for families who make less than $100,000 a year, $300 billion in our public education system. That's the type of transformation that we need. That's what we're doing in Chicago, New York. That's what we're doing in Atlanta. But that's the work that we continue to do together. And so this issue around new arrivals, let me just say this last thing. The fact that we have such a derelict of responsibility from the Republican Party is an abdication of duty, but it's also an affront to our democracy. The fact that they are not willing to work with us speaks more about who they are versus who we are, when we are literally establishing resettlement operations ran by local municipalities, which is the first time in the history of America where local municipalities like Mayor Adams, Mayor Dickens, and myself have had to stand up and do.
Well, you've just touched on one of the big issues, which is housing. It was interesting last night that President Obama in his speech addressed the issue. We heard Senator Bernie Sanders on the stage here at the Politico CNN Grill during the week. He was criticizing Congress for not doing more on the housing crisis. You know, has it been kind of a blind spot for Democrats? We don't usually hear this, but really a lot of Americans, you were talking there about housing new arrivals, but there's also, you know, middle-income Americans, younger Americans who feel that they cannot get on the housing ladder, that feel that the American dream has let them down. Mayor Dickens, I mean, what's your experience in Atlanta on this? How big of an issue is this for you guys electorally, if nothing else?
Well, this is one of the biggest challenges right now going on. We are in a housing crisis across the United States. It's a crisis to make sure that housing is affordable and attainable. Every mayor is seeing it all throughout the nation. You're finding that people have more than money. To be able to pay their rent, to pay their mortgage, is becoming more of a challenge to compete with groceries, competing with medicine, competing with childcare, competing with utility prices. And so folks are having a hard time, and that's been happening since about, I'll probably say, put it at about 2010, 2012, and it's just been going steady up from there. So we've been building a lot of affordable mixed income housing very rapidly. I've built about 10,000 units in the past 2.5 years since being mayor, and our goal is to continue on that pace so that we can provide housing for people that live, work, and to be able to play and live in the same city that they work in. And that means for firefighters, police officers, teachers, nurses, everybody. These individuals provide valuable service to our city. They are individuals that, you know, need a place to stay versus them having to take an 1.5-hour, 2-hour drive or bus into the city. They can live into the city. And so what I'm loving what I'm hearing from the Harris campaign is $25,000 for down payment assistance. That's going to be huge. Right. And then tax credits of $10,000 for these new first-time home buyers. And to incentivize developers to build more starter homes. You've seen a lot of development been for luxury in these big houses or huge, expensive $1-million condos. But to get developers in the habit of building houses up the whole ladder, from low income to moderate income to, you know, whatever. And that is a key formula for us to have more housing stock, more supply to meet this demand. Look, it's no secret people want to be in our cities. America is becoming more urbanized. About 80+% of Americans live in cities, and they live in cities that you know, now we have 30% of them are led by black mayors. And so you got all this coming in. Folks are moving to our cities, and we have to solve the problem, whether it's people coming from the border or it's people leaving suburban America coming into the cities where all the amenities are. This is our challenge, and we're meeting it head on. And what I've seen in the Biden-Harris administration now has been helpful. But what I've heard also in Harris, what she put out, I think last week, about, you know, the first-time home buyers and how we're going to do more housing development, that is substantial. Last thing I'll say is mixed income means that the school teacher, the bus driver, and the principal can all live in this same community, and their kids can get these benefits of these amenities. We don't want just, you know, 100%, you know, a poor door or public housing that doesn't have meaningful connection to community. We want it all to be mixed, and that's where people can go up the ladder. So if you're in subsidized housing now, 5 or 10 years later with a jobs program, you can graduate out of that and get this first-time home buyer down payment assistance and be a home owner. That's what we are doing, and that's what we want to do more of once she's elected.
Mayor Adams, I mean, did Bernie Sanders' point here during the week was an interesting one, that he said that Congress has been negligent in not recognizing the housing crisis. I mean, is there more Congress can do, or the federal? I mean, what would help alleviate things? You know,
well,
help the situation.
I think there's a combination of things, and you know, I'm excited also seeing the Secretary of HUD When I look back at the Officer Teachers Next Door program, came out of HUD. It was a program that allowed police officers and teachers, and then expanded to other groups, to go into communities that had economic challenges. They were able to go there, they were able to purchase their homes on a severe discount and stabilize these communities. Because I think, my brother is right, that we can't merely say extreme low income. We are hemorrhaging in our cities middle income working people, our teachers and our accountants. And so finding these creative programs to match what we're doing on the state and the city level, like we had historically the Mitchell-Lama programs, they became the stabilizing forces in many of our communities. Those are the types of creative actions that I believe we can take on the federal level to do matching dollars on the state level and the city level to move forward a real housing agenda. In New York City, we have a 1.4% vacancy rate. That's just not sustainable. To not be able to build more, we have a major initiative of a City of Yes, where we want to change our zoning policies, which in America have been extremely racist. We have used zoning to prevent housing in particular parts of this country. And we need to dismantle that, and we have to be honest about it. We have to be honest about a conversation. If you have access to good school, a good hospital, good food sources, good transportation, you need to be taking more housing in those communities. A little bit more housing could improve the housing structure. We got to build more. That's the only way we're going to get out of this problem, is to build more and use creative ways to do so, like some of the stuff that you're doing with the modular and trailer type housing. We have to think differently about housing the next generation.
Just on that, I mean, Mayor Johnson, that's one of the things we're talking about here is what the federal, what can be done at federal level. I mean, President Obama even referenced the fact that the kind of whole system needs to be overhauled last night. He didn't really go into specifics, but is there anything that's holding you back in Chicago, or what needs to change in terms of trying to address this major problem around housing?
Well, we have a taxing structure in this country that favors the ultra-rich. I mean, it's not so much holding me back personally, but it's holding the families back who are just trying to make the ends meet. If you talk to any one of us, our personal journey, look, I know what it's like to have an orange extension cord from my window to the neighbor's window to keep electricity going.
That's right.
Come home and the water's not on. You go to the refrigerator just out of habit. Like, there are people who are struggling. Look, 60 years ago, this country had an opportunity under President Johnson to finally go after the real issue, which is the war on poverty. And the Republican Party took a different route. They said, let's go for this so-called war on drugs. What did it lead to? Mass incarceration, gross disinvestment, the proliferation and privatization in this country. The public good was robbed by extremism in this country. Look, all three of us here have our history as descendants of slaves. I'm a social studies teacher. That's why I'm glad that we're going to send a social studies teacher to the White House with Vice President Kamala Harris. Got to put more teachers in charge. By the way, history teachers are basically lawyers who didn't want to wear suits to work. That's pretty much what we are. But we had a chance to do right a generation ago, and our country was failed. And so the thing that's holding us back is the very people who are trying to roll back the hands of time. As I said this earlier, it's so excruciating watching the Republicans. They're terrible. The only thing that's more excruciating watching the Republicans is being forced to watch breakdancing at the Summer Olympics. And thank God for Karen Bass that the Summer Olympics won't come back with breakdancing in Los Angeles, and neither will Donald Trump.
Well, that is the key question for someone to pose to Karen Bass when they interview her, I have to say.
Can I say something about that? Right on all of the above, including the breakdancing. But affordable housing and housing affordability has two components to it. The housing, which we desperately need to build a lot more of, but it's also the affordability, which is about income. while we still have this income inequality and while we still have this income immobility issue that actually has racist background to it, which relates to race and class, and then when we don't have gender equity, we're going to continue to have a housing inaffordability problem. Because the affordable part of the housing is about income. And if we're still struggling to get people to $15 an hour and $17 an hour, and to make sure that there's parity amongst women and men in the workplace and across, that the C-suite of all these companies don't just look like a RNC convention, we're going to have problems across America with affordability. So what I say on the federal level is making sure that our policy is about fairness and not this push, this anti-DEI thing that's happening out here. This is their way of continuing to, try to push away affirmative action, to push away things that help bring equity into this country. And they're trying to strip that away, and it's barely getting started. And then the other thing that I would say is, to treat a crisis like a crisis. We are in a housing crisis right now. Right. When we had a pandemic, we suspended a lot of rules to make a lot of things happen, whether it's vaccines, whether it's this or that, because it was a crisis. We're in a housing crisis. On day one, Harris could come out here and drop tell folks to drop the interest rates on everything that's lending towards, starter homes or affordable housing, drop the interest rate to as low as possible. You'll see economic engines just start, people start developing housing. You'll start to see people be able to open their doors for more, for more renters to be able to take over their apartments, et cetera, et cetera. I think that we have to treat a crisis like a crisis and get that in like the first 6 months to 12 months. You will see housing production go up and to also move around some zoning laws in the process so you can get things built in a quick amount of time.
And that's so important. Treat a crisis like a crisis. Yeah. And that is at the heart of what the problems we're facing in our cities. Our inadequate definition of what a crisis is. When the overwhelming people who are impacted by that crisis is just an issue. When it is a whiter America that's impacted by that crisis, it's a crisis. When overproliferation of handguns that was taking the lives of young black and brown people in these inner cities, it was just an issue. When you saw assault rifles all of a sudden carrying out the other actions, which was terrible, and I want to be clear on that, it became a crisis. You saw legislation move forward. When you have 40% of our inmates in our correctional facilities that are having learning disabilities, we're not considering that as a crisis. We got to treat it like a crisis. Overproliferation of fentanyl, of crack cocaine. These are crises. And so we have a housing crisis. Just as we did with COVID, when we were faced with a crisis, we kicked in the full strength of our government to address the issue and come up with a vaccine because we knew it was a crisis that was impacting our country. We got to start treating these issues that we're facing in our inner cities as crises and properly define them as crises.
Can I put a punctuation point on that? Yeah. Thank you both to Mayor Dickens and Mayor Adams who talked about this being a crisis. During the Great Depression, unemployment for white men was 30%, and our country called it a national crisis. And white men got stuff to dig. They got shovels to dig. They got access to housing. They got access to education. In fact, they had shovels before there were even things to dig. We came up with every single acronym, every single program. And guess what? No one called it entitlement. No one. And so these gentlemen are absolutely right. It is a severe crisis. And that's why having Vice President Kamala Harris and Governor Walz at the head of this country is paramount to strengthening our democracy and making sure that the interests of working people are finally heard.
I mean, one other connected issue is the issue of homelessness, homeless encampments in some cities. I mean, maybe Mayor Adams, your thoughts on this? I mean, we've seen in California that order to clear by the governor, encampments. I mean, what's the situation in your city, in your state, in terms of the homeless numbers and how you handle that?
Well, I'm glad the governor of California followed my suit. I was clear when I got elected that we were not going to be a city where people lived in encampments, and those who were on extreme ends of our party who were stating that people should have a right to sleep on the street. That's not dignified. And I was very clear, particularly when you do an analysis, many of them were dealing with severe mental health issues. And if we didn't get them and give them the care, the assistance that they needed, you would create the environment where people were living on the streets. Now, it was aggravated when you have 212,000 migrants and asylum seekers, and you had to pick up the tab of that. But the reality is, we knew that if we were zero focused, not allowing people to live on our streets and not allowing people to be raised in shelters. If a child grows up in a shelter, they're less likely to graduate from high school. And if you don't educate, you will incarcerate. And we were feeding our incarceration numbers because we were not addressing the homelessness. And this homelessness problem is facing our entire country. And we have to, again, build more housing, build more supportive housing. When we closed down many of our psychiatric facilities of inpatient care and took away the inpatient beds, we left people to no other way to get the services that they deserve. That's what we're trying to attempt to turn around our city, but it's a real problem that we're having across America in homelessness.
Yeah, on that issue, Mayor Dickens, am I right in saying in Atlanta you guys introduced this kind of modular system? I think Mayor Adams mentioned it already for homeless people. Maybe tell us a bit about that. It sounds pretty extreme these days, but
So we in 4 months' time took a parking lot in the city of about 3/4 of an acre, almost an acre, and we transformed it into a village for the unsheltered, and we have them in shipping containers. We took these shipping containers, they have bathrooms in them, showers, toilets, sinks, little mini fridge, microwave, you got Wi-Fi, bed, and gave them all the bedding and you know, all the supplies they needed. We also have a laundry unit for them to use, and you have supportive services for the individuals. It only took 4 months because modular housing, these shipping containers already, they're very quick to produce, and you can put them in trailers or modular, you can stack them. I've seen Karen Bass out in LA. She has one called the Hilda, and it's got about 3 or 4 stories. Mine are all one level, but the next set that we're looking at multi-story on those. They're fast, which is you know, we need rapidly the ability to rehouse these individuals. It's not to be your final destination. It's to get you off the street, and then that way we can help you with your, you know, triage your, whether it's your addictions, whether it's your mental challenges, whether you're in a domestic violence situation we just need to get you out of. So it's, you know, the hope is that you come in here for some undescribed amount of time. We're not saying in 30 days you got to be out or 60 days you got to be out, but we're going to let you get acclimated to being in a, I mean, these folks, when they walk in, they're like, I got a key, tears running down there. You mean I can close this door and nobody, no, this is yours. You know, one lady took 8 showers. You know, she hadn't, you know, just took 8 showers that day and then came out and, you know, we had fish fries and all this stuff. So it's a fun environment versus an unstable environment, sleeping in the woods or under a bridge where everybody's telling you got to go.
But is there not the danger that this becomes a permanent solution, that this is not a stopgap, and then how do you move those people then into a permanent home, which they deserve, as we all know?
Absolutely. I can tell you that that's in the back of our minds, but the human need is in the front of our mind. So I'm going to take care of the situation right before us, but I am aware that I don't want anybody to try to live out their whole life for the next 20, 30 years in this trailer, and for us to continue to talk to them about workforce programs. And the biggest thing that we want to do, as we're talking about mental health, is to get them mentally stable enough that they can return back to their families, their friends, their colleagues that actually care about them, that have homes that they can live in that doesn't cost government funding for housing. Because every unit of housing we have to build costs money. These units are up to $500,000 now per unit to house folks in some of these cities. You know, 300, 400, 500, depending on, you know, what the land cost is. And so building another housing unit for a person that's experiencing homelessness is costly. We will do it if we have to, but the best thing is to help them get the mental support they need, to get a job that they need, so then they can return to society, return to family, and then we can use that unit for the next person that experiences a crisis that they didn't see coming.
Interesting. Just to change tack slightly, we're coming to an end soon, but Mayor Johnson, just see an update here on the protests in this city. Dozens of people were arrested last night. There are more protests going on today. I mean, can you give us an update? How many people are still in jail? What is happening to these people who were detained and arrested last night?
Well, first of all, what I promised was a safe and vibrant convention, and that's just what we have. Protecting the First Amendment is fundamental to our democracy. And protests, we're not mayors of cities without protests. you know, Fannie Lou Hamer was finally seated right here in Chicago, 1968. Montgomery County, Mississippi, about an hour from where my people come from, Salis, Mississippi. and now the son of the soul of Mississippi gets to welcome the entire world. And so, where we are is where we've always been as a nation. We're going to protect the fundamental right to have grievance. Unlike the Republican Party, when they get upset, they call for the destruction of our democracy. These people are out of their minds. They literally are.
But what about the protesters that were?
Listen, protest is happening in the city of Chicago.
Yeah.
You know that as mayors, we are the most protested politician anywhere in the world.
Yeah, but you did a lot of them have been arrested.
So, my wife's birthday was last night. You know who protested me last night?
But I also want to know about the people who were actually arrested, though.
Is that you're going to get a chance to hear the first black first lady in the history of the world, as my wife is the first black first lady in the city of Chicago. Okay. So my marriage is saved. And the city of Chicago is still strong. And let me just say quickly, I am so proud of these two brothers. Every time I call, they pick up. And sometimes they'll just text and just check in on me. Right. Sometimes they get advice of what they should wear when they go to public events.
So should we expect more arrests today? Is that going to be happening?
What you should expect is a safe, vibrant, exciting convention in a city where the Model T, electricity, Carnegie Steel came to life, and where we're going to launch the first black woman of Asian descent to the most powerful post in America.
Well, we keep an eye on those protests. I mean, Mayor,
that's a great, and I think that sometimes we underestimate the beauty of our smooth transition of power and the right to protest. And you're right. We've had over 3,000 protests in our city. And if you want to do it peacefully, you are allowed to do so. I protested. I walked the street. I protected protesters. I know what it is to reach the point that you want to raise your voice. And that's a healthy democracy when people can do it. We should do it with peaceful protests. And that I encourage people to raise their voice like I've done for so many years when I was with 100 Blacks in Law Enforcement and an advocate for change. But there's nothing wrong with protests. In fact, everything is right with protests. And convention equals protest.
Yeah, but you were criticized by some for the way you sent in, officials when there was the pro-Palestinian protests in those universities. In Columbia, I was there myself in April, in New York. I mean, did you take too much of a hard hand on those protesters?
No, I'm very clear. The prerequisite to prosperity is public safety. And when you make the determination that your beliefs could allow you to go in and take over a school building and do things that's disruptive, and we didn't go in, we were asked to come in, because we can't go on private property without the permission of the institution to do so. So we were very clear. When you're ready for us to come in, we're going to come in and give you support you deserve. You are not going to be in the city of New York and make the determination that you're going to break into a building, threaten those who are inside, and do whatever you want. That is not going to happen in the city of New York. You can protest peacefully, but you're going to follow the law.
Do you think the Democratic Party generally is a problem in that people think it is too soft on crime?
They can't think that, because I'm the mayor of the city of New York, and I have the safest big city in America, and I'm a Democrat.
But, I mean, do you not feel that this is a battle you're losing in the public perception, that Republicans are seen as a party?
That's a great
question. There's a messaging problem.
Great question. Right. Clarity of message. And the biggest mistake we've made, I believe, as a party around this issue is that we have been ashamed to show our record on it. We are doing proactive ways to prevent crime, and we're going after things like assault rifles, things like the overproliferation of handguns in our community. And I think that's what VP Harris is going to be able to do. She's going to be able to show the balance of public safety and justice. Because Ms. Jones in public housing, you go to her and tell her, take your police off your block, she'll look at you like you're crazy. Right. She wants that, but she don't want that same police officer to harass her grandson when he's walking down the block. So I think VP Harris is going to be able to show the message that the Democratic Party has been afraid of showing, that we support our police and we support proper policing. That's a powerful message for inner city communities and many of my immigrant communities that are extremely strong public safety as well.
Final question to you, Eric Adams.
I felt like this was Jeopardy.
No, yes, but it's a good one. Were you surprised that you didn't You weren't offered a speaking slot at this convention.
No, think about it for a moment. I don't even understand, like, what's the issues around this. You only have a certain number of speaking slots. This is not the Eric Adams show. New York, we're good. We're good. We need to be going after those swing states. And if the party would have said, let's look at all of these locales where we're solid in, not swing state, and let's have them on the stage giving speeches, I'm going to say, what are you guys doing? We need to be zeroing in on where we need to win. This is not about, hey, can Eric come up and give a great speech? This is about, can we win the race? And this unselfish approach of a mayor that's opening his city, of mayors that are saying, let's come together and win this is not about us. We're going to have our own election. It's, I don't have to be on stage. I'm the mayor of New York. My life is a stage.
Okay, well, on that note, yes?
I want to push on this, just one last note here. The connection between New York and, Atlanta and Chicago. It's not just about whether or not there's a messaging problem. We actually have the message that the people of America want to hear. Because remember, it was extremism in this country that produced a documentary called A Birth of a Nation to scare people. This is not about just simply messaging. This is about speaking to the hopes and aspirations of this country and of this democracy. And Mayor Adams, Mayor Dickens, and myself, we're all committed to realizing a real perfect union. And the best way that we do that is tell the truth to people, speak truth to truth, and make sure that we can protect the power to do what we know is right for the American people. So I want to thank Mayor Adams and Mayor Dickens for being in my
Final word, Mayor Dickens?
Yeah, I hit the barbershops and the beauty salons. That's where I need to give my speeches, to remind them to go out there and vote, to remind them about what's coming next with a Harris administration. Get your, start looking at houses so you can get this $25,000 down payment assistance. That's the message, and those are the speeches that we're giving inside of the city to make sure that these folks turn out for this election, one, so we can make sure that our democracy is saved. Two, or you're asking about protests, we need to make sure that when this Donald Trump doesn't win again, that we don't have the problems that we had January 6th the last time. So that's where the violence took place, where they tried to take over the Capitol and ended up killing folks and hurting folks. So ultimately, what we're doing is the heavy lifting of the United States occurs right at the job of the mayor. You get to see us, you get to talk to us, you get to fuss at us. Our lives are protests. You put a stop sign where somebody wanted a traffic light, they're protesting. All right? So glad to be on this stage with these two hard-working gentlemen.
And Mayor Johnson is going to have a message that I think all of our mayors can feel. There's a uniqueness to being a mayor, and having someone that can articulate that message means a lot to us all, and we don't want to have to articulate that.
Okay, well, look, thank you very much for our three mayors, Mayor Brandon Johnson, Andre Dickens, and Mayor Eric Adams.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much, Suzanne, and thank you to the mayors. Suzanne does something truly exceptional with her newsletter in connecting conversations across the world and reporting from places like the UN General Assembly, COP, and UNGA, and Davos. We're going to invite you all now to take a 2-minute break to refresh your glasses, grab a snack, use the restrooms, but save your seat because we have an incredible lineup coming up for the rest of the afternoon. Obviously, the housing conversation is a critical one in this election. So we'll be going deeper on housing with an executive conversation and also the acting secretary of HUD. Well, the chairwoman of the DCCC, Senators Tina Smith and Raphael Warnock, and Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. So we'll be back in 2 minutes. Thanks, everyone.
Please take your seat. The program will be starting soon. Please take your seat. The program will be starting soon. Please take your seat. The program will be starting soon. Please welcome Politico's Vice President of Client Partnerships, Heidi Sommer, the Real Estate Roundtable's President and CEO, Jeffrey D. DeBoer, and the National Association of Realtors Chief Executive Officer, Nikia Wright.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here at the Politico CNN Grill here at the DNC. It's wonderful to see you all. I'd really like to start first by thanking the National Association of Realtors, who have been a partner with us on these conversations. We started off at the RNC several weeks back, and we're excited to continue the conversation here at the DNC. Joining me today, I have two fantastic speakers. We have the CEO of the National Association of Realtors, Nikia Wright. And hi. Nikia, and some congratulations are in order. You have been serving as interim CEO since November of 23, but just this week, fantastic news. You are now officially in place as the full-time CEO of the National Association of Realtors, and you have a big job ahead as you go through a really transformative time. So welcome, and thank you so much, Nikia, for being here.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm also thrilled to be joined today by Jeff DeBoer, the President and CEO of the Real Estate Roundtable. Jeff, wonderful to see you again.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. So we have so much to talk about today as we think about this election, real estate, housing affordability. So I'm excited to to dive in, and I want to start with you, Nakia. As I just mentioned, you have an incredibly exciting job and an exciting role in a time where there's tremendous change in your organization, in this industry in general. We are really looking at affordability challenges in the market. We have different generations coming in and out of the housing market. So I would love to hear, just set the scene for us a bit. From your perspective, can you paint a picture of the industry right now, and how is NAR navigating these for your constituents, your members, and beyond?
Absolutely. So one, thank you so much for having us. I'm really happy that I have colleagues in the back who are tremendous ambassadors for the National Association of Realtors, including our prestigious president, Kevin Sears. So thank you so much for that. We try to make this as succinct as possible because there's lots of education. And while I did not hear the conversation completely for the panelists that were here before me, it's very, very exciting that mayors are actually looking at affordability in people across the country. So economics are definitely on the ballot. When we think about affordability in the most succinct way, we talk about the inventory crisis, we talk about inflation, and we talk about income and what taxes also bring to the table. When we look at inflation, one of the most interesting things is people are looking at the generations that are trying to enter into house buying. But what's also a challenge is you've got boomers who are looking to downsize, but they are not ready to downsize right now, because if they were to do that, then the cost of capital when they bought the house was much lower than it is today, and so they are a little bit more reluctant to move. When you look at inventory, our data says that we are low on inventory, between 5 and 7 million units. That's tremendous. Now, the mayors before me were talking about different ways to tackle that, but our advocacy team is working around the country to make sure that people at the local, state, and national level understand all of those things. Insurance is also a very big deal, and so regardless of where you sit on climate change, insurance is a huge impediment. Taxes, as it relates to property taxes, depending upon what local governments are trying to do at the public school level. And so all of those things are things that we have to take into consideration. The pandemic played a very important role in this, because 30% of homeowners now are looking for homes that have home offices in a post-pandemic world. So what does that do with the downstream implications of commercial real estate? So all of those are the tremendous challenges that we are trying to face right now on behalf of the Realtors and advocacy team, to help educate the consumer on how to get into a home or leave a home and downsize with as few impediments as possible.
So, Jeff, I want to come to you next. Nakia laid out so many different issues to tackle. And as we zoom into the commercial real estate sector, how do you even prioritize which issue to tackle there? How are you and your organization thinking about that?
Thank you, and it's exciting to be here. Thank you very much, and CNN and Politico for facilitating a conversation on housing and real estate in general. That's great. Nikki, congratulations to you.
Thank you.
The head of the world's largest trade association, 1.5 million people, that's a big deal. And you know, I'm here, I'm a CEO for the Real Estate Roundtable, but I'm also going to speak on behalf of 18 trade associations in various parts of the real estate industry, from mortgage bankers to hotel owners to, you know, the securitization business and REITs and so forth. And how do we prioritize? You know, our issues and our challenges are America's issues and challenges, whether it's housing, safe cities, budgets in cities. All of these things relate to real estate, and real estate can help everyone accomplish their goals and their mission, or not. And public policy plays a big part in it. And I think a lot of people real estate's everywhere, right? And they're not making any more of it. And so a lot of times people forget, you know, that, as I mentioned, 1.5 million members of the Realtors, 3 million people directly employed in real estate, 15 million indirectly employed in real estate. About 70% of city tax revenue comes from healthy real estate. And the last thing is about $1 trillion of retirement funds are invested in commercial real estate through pension plans and 401ks. So our challenges and problems and issues are really kind of everyone's problems and issues. So we prioritize by talking with all the stakeholders, Republicans, Democrats, independents, advocates for different points of view, capital providers, builders, and that's how you find solutions. And you know, sometimes some of these solutions get lost. People want to encourage housing affordability. We want housing affordability. We want housing availability. But then proposals like rent control come out, which are kind of crazy. Or we want an active and growing hotel and hospitality industry, and then local ordinances come out that are not good for that kind of development. So our issues are everyone's issues, and public policy can help or hurt. That's what we do.
So Jeff, we touched on this a little bit in Milwaukee, but I want to come back to tax reform for a moment. We know that many of the 2017 Tax Cut and Job Act changes, those are due for expiration. So what could the changes look like in earnest, and how do you think the industry's priorities are going to change depending on who takes control of Congress and the White House?
Well, look, in taxes, the real estate industry has spent decades moving away from a subsidy-based system to an economic-based system. And so in 2017, the real estate industry really did not receive any tax cuts. And so we're not looking at really extending any tax provisions. There are the low-income housing tax credit program and opportunity zones and things like that. But by and large, 2017 maintained current law. And by and large, the Build Back Better bill and the Inflation Reduction Act maintained current law. I would say on taxes, we were very pleased in the Inflation Reduction Act. I think that's the one that there were so many acts that were done that were very, very positive. Hard to keep them straight, but on energy efficiency and so forth, the philosophy changed in Washington away from mandating people to do certain things to incentivizing people who own big buildings to do things. So we're happy about that. We've got a lot of challenges on taxes. I don't want to pretend there aren't. Because there's a lot of provisions that affect real estate, but they're not new. We'll work and educate and talk to people. And again, the stuff we work on is related to healthy real estate values. That's related to jobs. That's related to cities. And I think at the end of the day, we'll be fine.
Nakia, I've been told that the NAR president, Kevin Sears, who's here with us today, talks a lot about getting back to basics. And that is sort of a driving principle. You're obviously in a big time of transition within the industry. So tell me a little bit about how you personally within the organization, how the industry really needs to sort of embrace that idea.
When we think about getting back to basics, there are several ways that we can answer that, but I think the most important, certainly for this audience, is how do we introduce ourselves to some and reintroduce ourselves to others? More broadly across the economic landscape, what we find is legacy companies are under siege because they've sort of taken things for granted and not educated the consumer as much as possible. Not only are we enabling our professional realtors to make sure that they can help the consumers understand what is happening, but we are sort of a B to B to C. The consumer is so important. They're at the epicenter of the transaction. It's 20% of the GDP. All of those things are really, really important for us to certainly maintain the integrity of the transaction, but also introducing this to others. The seismic shift that is going on, whether you're a publicly traded company and you're trying to determine how to use innovation to continue to move towards completing the deal, or if you are a single shingle looking at it differently, our role is to introduce that to the consumer, understand what consumer choice is, and given the sort of seismic settlement, one of our most important roles is to help the consumer understand the myriad choices that they have out there.
Are there any examples or sort of recent case studies that you could share that sort of illuminate this back to basics motto in practice?
Sometimes a decision is made and the downstream implications are hard to chase and hard to manage. One of the most pressing examples is the Veterans Administration and how they are now working with us because veterans were prohibited from using money to pay for a real estate agent. They've halted that temporarily because the law has to catch up with what we're doing, but our incredible advocacy team has worked to make sure that that's happening. That said, we use that as an example because that is the one that left the station and that's the one that's landed well. But behind the scenes, we are also really working towards the first-time buyer. My mother's generation was able to buy homes when they were in their 20s, and even then, I remember my mother telling me about when she was buying a home, they still said too much too fast, but she was still able to buy it in her 20s, she and my father. Now, the average age is 35. That's significant. So that means many more people are renting. What are we doing with that ratio of renters to home ownership? What are we doing with the generation that was born in the 2000s, going into 2008, being economically disadvantaged relative to the generations before them, and now they are getting here, and it's hard for them to buy a home. And so we're working very, very diligently to ensure that at least our implicit and explicit oath to that generation is upheld, and that they are able to create generational wealth through homeownership.
And that sort of brings us back to this concept of housing affordability, right? And I was really, it was a stark study done by the University of Michigan that shows that 70% of Democrats, Republicans, and independent voters alike all name housing affordability as their top concern. So this feels like this should be a relatively bipartisan, maybe even nonpartisan issue. But what do you think is standing in the way then of true progress?
I think it depends upon what lever they're pulling. There's an inventory lever. There's an inflation lever. There's an insurance lever. There's a tax lever. And so I think we get caught up in those sort of minutia of those details, because affordability at its most basic fundamental level, I think everyone understands what that definition is. But depending upon that lever, I think that sort of creates the discourse that we have currently in our politics.
Back to basics, as you say.
Housing affordability, like every affordability, relates to supply, right?
And demand.
And we need to, well, there's a lot of demand, but the supply is way down on single-family construction over the years and multifamily construction. And we need to have policies that would encourage, activity in construction. Zoning and permitting takes years in certain. NIMBYs have a lot of, oh, we want to build all this housing, but don't build it in my neighborhood. And we have to overcome those things, I think. And from a national level, we're trying to encourage cities and the national government to encourage converting of old, obsolete buildings that are vacant, that could be converted into housing and help provide that supply in cities.
So as we're closing out the conversation, Jeff, I want to just come to you briefly, and Nakia, I'd love to close with you. Do you each feel optimistic that we can right the ship on the housing crisis? And I would say further, what do you think it's going to take to win this fight and get this turned in the right direction as we go into the election into 25 and beyond?
Yeah, I'm optimistic. It might take a while, and it might take a lot of education, and it's going to take a lot of people to come away from their points of view on certain things and ideas about housing and how it's built. But yeah, sure, I think we can solve it. It's going to take time. We're way off, as I said, on construction over the last 10, 12 years.
Nakia, last word to you.
Absolutely optimistic. I don't think we have time or treasure to be pessimistic. I think both political parties understand that economics are on the table, and hopefully as we continue to educate the consumer, regardless of what party you are in, we are able to then educate our lawmakers in a strategic way to make sure that we get this inventory issue solved.
They had 50 songs for every state, right, that they came out with. Our song for the real estate industry ought to be like signed, sealed, delivered, or something like that, I think.
My president will have to approve that with the leadership team.
You're in your honeymoon period.
Back to the basics. Wonderful. Well, thank you both so much. That is all the time we have for today, but really appreciate having you both for these conversations. Nakia and National Association of Realtors, thank you so much for your support for the programming.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks
Thank
all.
you, Ivy.
Please welcome Politico's senior congressional reporter, Sarah Ferris, and Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee Chair, Representative Suzan DelBene.
Hello, everyone. I am Sarah Ferris. We're here with Congresswoman Suzan DelBene, who thank you so much for taking the time to be here.
Absolutely.
A little busy today.
It's a little busy for everybody.
We're happy to be your warm-up act. So
thank you.
DelBene is in charge of the House Democrats' campaign arm, which needs just 4 seats, to net 4 seats to flip the House. A few weeks ago, your job was pretty unenviable. Democratic candidates were treading water with Joe Biden atop the ticket. Now, you and the D-Trip are seriously contending seats in Iowa, Wisconsin, and more. You know a few things about tough seats. You're a former frontliner. You actually lost your first seat to the House. Let's get into it. So, with our famously on-message Congresswoman, I want to warm you up with some sports.
I like sports.
You were a high school football referee.
I was.
Do you think that tonight's keynote speaker, Tim Walz, would have agreed with your calls if he was the coach of that team?
Well, I'm pretty sure as a coach, there's always frustration with calls from referees. So whether the call was right or not, there's always frustration. That's why being a referee is a great preparation for Congress. No matter what you do, someone's mad at you in the end. But I'm sure he's a great coach, and he'd respect good calls on the field, too.
And he is already coordinating with many of your Democratic candidates to actually stump at high school football games, to be on the campaign trail at his venue of choice. Talk to us a little bit more about how you're coordinating with the Harris-Walz campaign. There's a lot of overlap in these difficult battleground district states like Michigan, states like Wisconsin. These are states where you have seats that you're also contesting. So talk to us about the coordination.
Yeah, I think the map is really important, as you talked about, because our map is everywhere. We have races in California and New York, but also in Iowa and Nebraska and Alabama, so all across the country. But we have a lot of races. We have about 67 races on our map across the country. So you look at the Senate, it's a handful of races. The presidential is focused on swing states, but we're everywhere. And so we let folks, when folks are traveling, we understand and try to see if it might make sense for folks to meet with folks on the campaign trail. But really, our folks are running their own campaigns. They're unique voices for their districts. They're running campaigns on the ground, talking about the issues that matter. And that's really important to us, because this is about members representing these districts, and there is a close relationship there and a close focus.
Yeah. There's also 16 House seats where Biden won in 2020 that are currently held by House Republicans. So there's a different dynamic there where ticket-splitting voters who might have gone for a Republican congressman and Biden, the dynamic has changed there. So talk to us about ticket-splitting voters and how you'll be working to flip those seats there.
Well, we do have districts that President Biden won. We also have Democrats in seats that Trump won in 2020. We have 5 of our frontliners. Those are our incumbents running for re-election in tough districts. 5 of our Democrats are in districts that Trump won in 2020, and they are doing an incredible job. We also have folks running to flip back these seats that you talked about, the Biden seats from 2020. And to do that, it's really about candidates who are going to speak to the issues of the district, who are independent-minded, and focus on getting things done. Probably the thread that I hear everywhere I go in the country is that people want to see governance work. They're tired of the extremism, the dysfunction, the chaos that they've seen this Congress from House Republicans especially. And so when you talk about having someone who's coming to DC to govern, that's very powerful, who's talking actually about issues and has their own points of view on what should be done versus waiting for Donald Trump to tell him what to do. That's a powerful message, and that's a big reason why we're going to win.
So let's talk more about your effort to flip seats in states like Iowa and Wisconsin. These are difficult seats. 2 years ago, we think back to when Sean Patrick Maloney was running the DCCC, there was some angst as Democrats were spending it in states that were difficult. I think back to North Carolina, Montana. There was concern about too big of a map. That of course, became clear when New York was really where the battlegrounds were. So talk to us about your confidence. What makes you so confident to spend in these districts that are much harder at a time when you're also defending a lot of seats?
Well, first of all, I'm a data person. I very much want to know the data, what's happening on the ground in all of our districts on our map across the country. We do have great candidates. I mean, you'll hear me say that over and over and over again, but having great candidates is what makes the difference in these districts. It's why Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez won in Southwest Washington in a former Republican seat in a Trump district, because she's an authentic voice for that district. And so when we look across the country, we see incredible support for with Democrats on our issues. People support reproductive freedom. We've seen huge turnout in voters, Democratic turnout, since November of 2022 when abortion's on the ballot. So there's one big change. It's a presidential year. That has a very big difference in turnout. But the chaos and dysfunction we've seen from Republicans since day one of this Congress, everyone noticed. Speaker races, threats of shutdown. We even, all the way to July, when we left early because Republicans couldn't even agree with each other, that's had a big impact. So we have a candidate, our incumbents doing a great job, and the numbers are with us. Our folks are running ahead. They're ahead in fundraising, they're ahead with support, and we have incredible enthusiasm on the ground, folks turning out to knock on doors. Those are all the signs that folks are with us.
Let's talk a little bit more about Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez. You were actually her only congressional endorsement in 2022 when she flipped this really surprising Washington 3rd seat, running against far-right Republican Joe Kent. Joe Kent is on the ballot again this year, one of many rematches that are playing out across the map. Talk to us about what makes her a strong incumbent, someone who can withstand these really strong wins of Donald Trump. It is a very Trumpy district there. And what should other frontliners be looking at about her strategy and how she may be able to win that seat again?
Well, you know, the reason I felt strongly that she had the opportunity to win is because I ran in a swing district and I was a frontliner. The most powerful thing you can do is listen. Listen to people that when you're knocking on doors, understand their issues. And when you really talk to people, you find out you agree on a lot more than you think you do. You know, knocking on a door is someone who might say, I'm a Republican, and when you talk about the issues they care about, you find there's a lot of common ground. That's what Marie was doing. She finds common ground. She's listening to people. That has impacted what she thinks needs to be done here in DC to help support families. And she is incredibly strong at making sure she gets her point of view across. She's talking about the issues that people are feeling, and she is a fighter for those people on those issues, and people know that. And that's what makes the difference, because in the end, a lot of people are voting for someone they trust to stand up for them. It's not always about the party, it's about the person. And she is that person. And I saw that early on, talking to folks in Washington and Southwest Washington. You saw the desire for someone who's going to speak up and really focus on their needs. And she's running against probably one of the most extreme candidates we have in the entire country. So in all of our races, the contrast couldn't be more clear. The stakes couldn't be higher. She's doing a great job, and we're going to continue to support her and making sure it's really clear to folks what's at stake this election, and remind folks of the great work she's doing and beat back all the lies and attacks that are going to come at her along the way.
Speaker Mike Johnson was in the Washington 3rd District this past week. He called it one of his top 5 races around the country. I'm going to use that as a chance to ask you a question that we like to ask DCCC chairwomen. Steve Shepard asked this of Sean Patrick Maloney last cycle. If you could pick one race that you could look ahead in a crystal ball and know the results of today, whether to kind of give us a sense of where where the election is headed, what would be that seat? And I'll say that Sean Patrick Maloney did not pick his own race, although perhaps he should have. And I would love to hear your answer on this.
Well, actually, you know, I struggle to have one, and I'll say, first of all, the reason I do is it has been an incredibly volatile time. You know, I am confident, but I'm going to be paranoid all along the way because, you know, we still have 2 months ahead of us of work to do to make sure we get our message out, we get out the vote, and things can change along the way. And we've got to make sure we're ready to fight those battles, whether it's mis and disinformation out there. We need to be there every step of the way. So we are in a strong position. We have great candidates, but I think what you're going to see as we start to see, as we are seeing even more now, the enthusiasm, the turnout, that's going to make the difference. And we're going to see turnout in places like Iowa and Nebraska or Alabama. And I do think that those states are going to be really indicative. We're going to have high turnout in other states, but the turnout is going to be critically important. And I do think that when people turn out, they know our message, we win. So we have a lot of races. So I'd be hesitant to pick any one, but I can tell you we have opportunities across the map, and folks are running ahead across the board. So we have incredible opportunities, and our job is to make sure we just continue to expand that margin.
I'm particularly interested in Iowa, talking to Democrats after they saw the spending that was going into some of those seats this week that you all announced on Monday. Democrats have told me Iowa can be a money pit for our party. There's not a statewide Democrat there. There hasn't been in a couple of years. Talk to us about the opportunities that you see to unseat Zach Nunn, Miller Meek. Some of these, I imagine those are the members that you guys are looking at. So what makes them uniquely vulnerable this year?
I was out in Iowa not that long ago, and one of the first things folks are talking about is the attacks on reproductive freedom in Iowa, and folks were speaking up loudly. And when we've seen that reproductive freedom is on the ballot, we have seen folks turn out in Ohio and Kansas and Wisconsin and Virginia, Alabama. After the IVF decision by the Supreme Court, we flipped a state legislative seat. That was almost a 30-point swing. So that's one reason. People are energized, are very, very frustrated and angry about what's happened in their state. We had a huge crowd coming to our event a couple months ago because people are ready to engage, and those seats have been close seats. So we have great candidates in Lenon Bacam running against Zach Nunn, and we have great candidate in Christina Bohannon running against Miller Meeks. They're doing a great job. So it's the candidates, it's folks seeing that what Republicans really stand for: the extremism, the chaos, the attacks on our rights, our freedoms, our democracy, and our future.
Every time the D-Trip or another Democratic group spends in some of these more reach seats, that of course means decisions about other seats, such as Biden, seats that President Biden won by double digits last time that were at risk earlier this year. Now folks are feeling a lot more confident about. Do you see the need for Democrats to make sure you're still spending significant resources to protect seats like Hillary Schulten, like Angie Craig, like Jahana Hayes? These are not seats that folks are as worried about now, but how do you see the need to spend significantly there?
We're working hard with all of our candidates, and we are making sure that we are supporting them on the ground with investments to make sure they're running strong campaigns. And part of my job is to make sure that we're making smart investments. We're investing where we need to make a difference, and we are making sure that we're getting to as many races as possible, because I've got, as you said, I've got my 4 more in 24 badge on here, but we'll take 5 or 10, or more. We want a strong governing majority, and so we want to make sure we use the resources that we have wisely to win as many seats as we can across the country.
And I want to pivot in our last couple of minutes to policy. You were, of course, the former chair of the New Democrats, the giant centrist organization in the House. We are House people. There's a lot of folks maybe in the audience who don't quite understand that exactly how many seats, if you're able to win the House, the number of seats is going to determine how big the agenda can be. Talk to us about what those couple of additional seats would mean in terms of expanding the child tax credit, your favorite policy, or taking on, of course, the tax agenda is going to be huge coming in January. What are some of the bigger goals that you think Democrats would be able to do if you're able to pick up large numbers of seats in admittedly pretty small map this year?
The opportunity is more seats on committees, more ability to make sure we pass legislation. Sometimes these days we're counting, even if someone's sick and can't come, that can impact the turnout of the vote. So making sure that we have a strong majority means that we have more people on committees, we have more people on the floor out voting, and we also continue to hear differing points of view. And we're going to work hard, like we have before, to bring together large coalitions around important policies. policies that can be bipartisan, because we also know, another policy I'm strongly supportive of is strengthening the low-income housing tax credit. Very, very bipartisan policy. We're actually okay with moving bipartisan policy. Republicans don't seem interested in moving bipartisan policy. We're willing to build these coalitions to move forward. So it helps for us to have the majority, but also to have leadership like our future speaker, Hakeem Jeffries, who are going to help bring folks together, move policy, because to make a difference, we got to get policy to the House, through the Senate, and to President Harris's desk.
All right. Well, thank everyone so much for your time. Thank you for taking the time.
Thanks, everybody.
Please welcome Politico's economics reporter, Victoria Guida, and the Honorable Adrianne Todman.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with the Honorable Adrianne Todman, who is here in her personal capacity, although I think the mayor's outed you earlier as the HUD secretary. But you're also honorable because, fun fact, she just officiated her daughter's wedding a couple of months ago. So congratulations on that.
Thank you. I've got a son-in-law, people. Now I want grandchildren.
All right. To the point. So hopefully you'll be just as to the point in some of your answers.
Absolutely.
So housing, obviously, the star of the show here.
Yes.
Everyone is talking about it. President Obama to President Biden. Affordability and availability are the twin challenges that we're facing, and we've heard a bit from Vice President Harris about how she's thinking about tackling those issues. You're a surrogate for the campaign,
yes.
so good to have you here. Where I want to start is, as I mentioned, President Obama mentioned building more housing in his speech.
Wonderful.
Center stage for that issue. How do you think that happened? How do you think that this has become such a prominent issue? We heard that from the mayors too.
Yeah. Well, I think the mayors set the tone, right? It's what's happening in communities, what's happening in cities and towns across the country right now is people are really experiencing a housing cost crisis. Many people feel they can't pay their rent. Many people feel they can't become a first-time homeowner. And I think the mayor set the stage in terms of saying they, working with different parts of the government apparatus, need to be able to respond to those in real time. And I think all three of the mayors who are up here are doing a great job and working with different tools that we have at the state and federal level to get that done. I think having President Obama mention housing in his speech last night was phenomenal, but not unsurprising, because it is something that is polling well. It is an important issue for Americans across the country, not just in the big urban cities that were represented up here, but in rural America. It's happening there too. It may show up differently, but it's certainly occurring there as well. But it's part of what we're seeing the vice president focus on in her opportunity economy that she presented last week, which is a bold, aspirational, joyful way to look at how are we going to help Americans and how are we going to care for them, whether it's their housing costs, their child care costs, whether it is their health care costs. I think we have a candidate in this vice president for somebody who's going to be working hard for the people on the first day that she's elected.
Yeah, so, one of the things that you hear that comes up when it comes to housing supply is, do we just need more housing, or do we need housing that's specifically directed at some of the most vulnerable communities? And it seems like the housing shortage is to the degree where, the debate is sort of shifting towards, well, we also just need a lot more housing. So how do you think about, I guess, the proportions of those things? How much do we just need more housing, and how much do we need more specifically affordable housing?
Well, I'll say that I'm answering this question again in my capacity, my personal capacity, and leaning in on my 2 decades of experience on housing and affordable housing issues. Here's the thing. At this point, we need housing of every level. We need housing at the, for working class, middle class, but we also need housing for people who are unhoused. We over the past just 2 years, we have actually had more housing construction completions than we have in decades. And that's helped where it's occurred in places like Phoenix and other places in the Sun Belt, in Florida as well. You have seen rental prices cool, but it's really happening at the top of the market. You're not really seeing it affordable for somebody who just graduated from college, or maybe a young couple who's just trying to purchase their first home. So we need it up and down the income level. Right now, we're seeing some of those construction starts cool a little bit because of interest rates. But one of the things I like about what the Vice President has really put on the table is her vision to have 3 million more units that will be up and down the income chain, but particularly at that level of affordability for families, which all the people here who love housing know that's at 30% of someone's income.
Yeah, well, so one of the things that wasn't part of her initial speech was this idea of sort of rent control, rent caps that people talk about. Do you expect that to be something that she embraces at some point?
Well, I think the Vice President's already on the record as being supportive of the President's rent cap proposal. She's already spoken about that publicly. And this is a process. This is a campaign that tomorrow night she's going to give a big, bold vision for this country that's going to lean in on some of the things that we heard her say last week. And so I expect that there's more to come, but we also have to look at this in terms of all the different costs that are impacting the American family right now. Housing costs clearly is a high one, but one of the things that was in her proposal as well is bringing back, say, the child tax credit, which cut child poverty by over 50%. That's kind of a big deal. And we want to make sure that as we're looking at building housing, that we are to deal with housing costs, that we're also looking at making sure we're dealing with all of the different pain points American families are feeling as it relates to their pocketbooks.
Yeah, so just to go off in the taxes direction for a second, she's talked about deficit reduction. She's talked about potentially raising taxes on corporations and the wealthy. When you think about all these different things that she wants to do, do you have a sense of how much she wants to sort of use new revenue to pay for stuff versus just deficit reduction?
She has had a record of looking at tax expenditures as a way to deal with some of the country's crises, going back to when she was a senator. And I see that will continue to happen, particularly when you look at the economic proposal that she delivered last week. And we're going to see a lot of that. And she's looking at mortgage tax credits in order to sort of kickstart and helping some folks who are in their homes right now get off of those 2 and 3% interest rates. I know that there's some folks in the audience who might not like that too much, but it's something that she's put on the table. But in addition to that, she's looking at making sure that we are helping folks with down payment, that we're helping folks with earned income tax credit. It's a very fulsome approach.
So, part of the proposal is also helping people on the demand side, right? Helping first-time home buyers afford a down payment. So one of the criticisms that I'm sure you've heard plenty of is, doesn't that just make a housing shortage problem worse if you're putting more people in a position where they're looking to buy homes, and doesn't that drive up prices even more?
We are not in a situation right now to determine whether or not it has to be just a demand response or just a supply response. I think we need both levers, because while we do have a supply issue, which is driving a lot of the high housing costs right now, in addition to that, we have people who have never purchased a home before, who may not have well-to-do friends and family that can help them with a down payment. And I think that one of the things the Vice President has been very clear on is that we're going to be helping folks who need our help the most. And that includes people whose parents or grandparents have probably never owned a home, and they need assistance getting down payment assistance. If we decide not to do down payment assistance because it's going to drive demand and therefore drive costs higher. We're being very narrow-minded in terms of not just the whole housing ecosystem, but who needs that assistance to begin with. There are, we have a black-white homeownership gap right now that is the widest it has been since 1968, when discrimination was actually legal in this country. So we have a moral and economic obligation to help everybody be able to meet that, everybody be able to get the American dream and be able to create their own generational wealth. So yes, if we provide, down payment assistance, and we only did that, would there be an issue in terms of driving too much demand, which then increase housing costs? Absolutely. But that's not what the vice president is proposing. She is proposing 3 million new homes, and she's proposing how do we help people that need that help the most.
Do you have a sense of, what the universe, I'm thinking of like the universe of first-time home buyers and how much bigger that gets if you add in the down payment system?
No, I don't. I mean, I've not looked at those numbers. I'm sure some smart economist on the team absolutely has done that. But, I don't think it's a secret that down payment assistance is one of the barriers to first-time homeownership, particularly in the black and brown communities. I think that is a well-known fact. And so it is something that I expect will continue to be part of the vice president's platform as she moves forward, and quite frankly is the right thing to do.
On the supply side as well, one of the things that Vice President Harris talked about, that President Obama talked about, is these sort of state and local regulations, zoning restrictions that prevent new housing from being bought. What do you see as the role of the federal government there?
Well, one of the things that the vice president has proposed in her opportunity economy proposal is making sure that as we're getting to 3 million units, that we're doing everything we can to break down those barriers. You heard the 3 mayors who were up here earlier talk a little bit about what that looks like in their communities. You also heard one of the mayors, I think it was the mayor of New York, who talked a little bit about modular housing and what does that mean in terms of building efficiently and building quickly. So there is a untapped frontier in terms of ways to look at the creation of housing, that this country has not yet met that promise. And I think that this housing situation that we're in right now is driving that American ingenuity in a way that really should have been happening for a long time. In fact, it was a department that will not be named, a secretary back in the 70s, who actually was pushing the concept of manufactured housing way back in the 70s. So it began here, and then like the Swiss, I think, ran with it, and we didn't do as much. But here we are again, and I think it's a critical part of what we do. I know the mayors think that, who are here, and it's certainly part of the vice president's ideas to try to make sure we're generating those 3 million units.
Yeah, so a lot of this would require Congress. So if you...
Don't get me started.
If Democrats get the trifecta, I mean, is this first priority? Everyone wants to know about, a president's first year, right? What they do is it tends to be, the highest chance of success legislatively. So is this top of the agenda?
I mean, it has to be, right? I mean, it absolutely has to be. I was deeply, in my personal capacity, very deeply dissatisfied when I saw that the Senate Republicans, again, stopped what should have been an easy bipartisan vote to increase some of the low-income housing tax credits and create expansion in low-income housing tax credits, which really gets to the earlier question of who are we building for. Just decided not to do it. That's not the right answer. I think right behind us is Senator Tina Smith, who has been a champion for affordable housing while she's been in the Senate. We need more champions like her.
So, if you don't get the trifecta, do you think that there's still a deal to be done? I mean, it seems like housing supply itself is a bipartisan issue.
Look, this is one of the most bipartisan issues that should exist in the United States Congress right now. I know that there are Democrats and Republicans who have been very clearly working with each other over the course of the past several years on a package to get some of the things this country needs across the line to stimulate more production. It's been happening. It's going to continue to happen. But we need the political will to move forward with urgency. And we need to put aside some of the the petty politics that's been happening about why that particular legislation won't move forward. When people go home, I know that what they're hearing from their constituents is that I can't afford my rent, I can't purchase my home, this is difficult for me and my family. So to me, it is irresponsible as a leader in this country to not look at this issue and not grab it and force a solution. Anything short of that is irresponsible.
So we're almost out of time, but do you have any thoughts on what the next HUD secretary should do? Not the current one, whoever she may be.
You know, here's what I think. I think that we have a candidate in the vice president who's going to make sure that with her and Tim Walz, they're going to make sure that they're doing everything we can to help families with the care economy. Whether it be high housing costs, whether it be bringing back the child tax credit, whether it be the earned income tax credit, whether it be prescription drug costs, they're going to be making sure to center people and center what their needs are. Not Wall Street, but Main Street.
That was a good pivot. All right, we're out of time, but thank you all so much for joining us. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Honorable Adrianne Todman.
Good job. Thank you.
Please welcome Politico's senior Washington correspondent and Playbook co-author, Rachael Bade, and Minnesota Senator Tina Smith.
All right. Hello, everyone. Grab your food and coffee quickly and sit down. You're not going to want to miss this. We're going to talk about the man of the hour tonight. Welcome to the Grill, Senator.
It's great to be here.
As many of you probably already know, Senator Smith happens to be very close to the man of the hour tonight, and that is Tim Walz. So we're going to pick her brain on all things about Harris's new running mate, but she also is a subcommittee chair on housing on the banking committee. And given that it's a clear interest right now in the Democratic Party to talk about housing policy, we'll also be talking about that later in the conversation. But let's just start with some news of the day. There's been a lot written already about Tim Walz, your friend from Minnesota. You know, we know about Walz, who's from Nebraska, Walz who worked on the farm, Walz the coach, Walz the person who enlisted in the service when he was, 17?
Right.
But you've known him for something like 20 years, and I'm wondering if, to start, you can just open up by telling us something maybe we don't know about him that we should.
Well, in so many ways, the Tim Walz that you are all meeting right now is the real deal. The thing that I love about Tim is that he doesn't, he's not different people in different settings. He is who he is. But so when I think of the classic Tim Walz, I think of the Minnesota State Fair greeter, okay? So Minnesota State Fair is a huge deal to us. We have some State Fair fans in the audience. A lot of people come, and the opening day is really big. The gates open at 6 in the morning, and there are literally people who line up to get into the fair. And there is Tim Walz, greeting everybody like he is the high school principal, welcoming everybody to the first day of class, and taking selfies and snapping pictures, and just that kind of exuberance and everybody's welcome feeling is it's the quintessential Tim Walz.
Yeah, I feel like I saw a video of him with his daughter riding some sort of
they
slingshot. They called it the slingshot.
They did that slingshot thing, which I'm
terrifying.
This guy's got great judgment, but I am fully opposed to that decision. I think he did it because Hope won a bet, and so that's what you get when you make bets with your children.
What would you say has impressed you most about Walz as a politician?
Well, what I love about Tim is that he sees being in the office that he holds as an opportunity to do things. So let's be honest, sometimes some politicians see building up political capital as something that you build up political capital and then you sort of hoard it. You don't want to spend it because you want to make sure that you are going to be in a good place. And Tim doesn't do that. What he wants to do is to
use what he knows about the people that he represents in order to be able to make change. And I think that's what he did as governor, particularly in the 2023 legislative session, when they accomplished so much that was so great and that Minnesotans had been wanting for so long. And he figured out how to do it in a very narrowly divided legislature. It wasn't like Democrats were running, had massive majorities in both houses. And to me, that is why we are in office, to do things. And that is so much his ethic in his jobs.
And why do you think he was so successful at passing so many big bills?
Well, I think it takes focus, it takes discipline, it takes a really, really strong team, and then it takes the ability to talk to legislators on both sides of the aisle and figure out, like, what do people want, what do people need, what's the coalition that you need to build in order to get the votes. And politics is, good policy without politics is just a good idea that never gets done. And he is about what you can get done.
He's got those people skills for sure.
Yeah.
So I hear when he was picked, it was like Christmas morning for you as Harris's running mate. Tell us a little bit about where you were when you got the news that he got the position. And did you speak to him that day, or what was the first conversation with him right after?
Well, so the night before he was selected, we were having a big kind of rally in the Twin Cities for the Harris campaign, and he was there with Gwen and all of their senior staff, and everyone was speaking, and Tim is a pretty effusive guy, and he was just like,
like anticipating.
Well, you could tell he was just knew. I don't think he knew what was going to happen, but we were all just like high-fiving him and like, this is going to be great. And kind of the moment where you say to your good friend, like, you've got this, even though you don't really know whether he's got it or not. And then I sent a message to my staff and I said, I've got my phone on tonight. Call me if it's Tim. Don't call me if it's not anything. Otherwise, don't call me in the middle of the night.
Like at any time of the night.
Right, just call me. And of course, there was no phone call by 7:30 in the morning. I'm like, what's happening? What's happening? And then we know the funny story about how Kamala called him and he didn't know to answer the phone because it said no caller ID. And so he's
going to have to get used to that one, man.
Yeah, I know.
So this was a bit of an unexpected pick. At least maybe toward the end, people saw it coming, like those last couple of hours, last 24 hours. But most folks thought for sure it was going to be Josh Shapiro or Mark Kelly, given their sort of positions in these critical swing states. I'm wondering if you can sort of take us into this like last-minute momentum he started to get, you know, in that 48 hours right before he was chosen. I'm sure you were part of conversations. You know Vice President Harris pretty well. I mean, you served with her. You've been to the Naval Observatory to like have breakfast, lunch with her.
Right.
Were you talking to her about your good friend Tim Walz? And on the other hand, were you telling, Walz, look, if you want the job, this is the drink she likes, or like, make sure you mention this. Like, what was going on behind the scenes?
Well, so I did provide feedback to the vetting committee about the selection, and on the one hand, I felt that it was so important that the vice president was making a decision that was absolutely the right decision for her, and I didn't want to be in a position of lobbying her publicly. I felt that was disrespectful to both of them. But on the other hand, as the process was moving through, I felt more and more that this could be like a really incredible political match. And I was, everybody's had that experience where you have a friend in this environment and you have a friend in another environment and they don't really know each other, and you're thinking, oh my God, I think if they got together they would really like each other. And of course they had known each other. They had, Kamala made the incredible and historic visit to the Planned Parenthood clinic in Minnesota, and Governor Walz was there, and so they had certainly had exposure to one another, but they hadn't really had a chance to connect. So that was what I was thinking, and increasingly I was feeling like it was just that could be just a great match, because the two of them, as people, take their work so seriously, but they don't take themselves seriously. There's a ready laugh. They understand that if you are comfortable, then you're going to make better decisions and you're going to be a better leader, and that's why I thought it could just work really well for them.
What did you tell Harris about him? Did she call you at all to ask you about him?
I didn't talk to Vice President Harris directly, but
Okay,
I did
but for the transition,
But I did
or,
speak
I'm sorry,
to a colleague who's on the vetting committee.
the vetting committee.
You know, I mean, what I said was.
Please tell me it was Eric Holder, who he held in contempt of Congress. Right?
Did not. No, it wasn't Eric.
Darn.
I pointed out that he brings both legislative experience and executive experience. I pointed out that his style of leadership is very much kind of focusing on people at the grassroots and then lifting up those ideas. And I talked about how he was used to working with a lot of really strong women, that I thought he was a team player, that he was not going to be in it for himself, he was going to be in it for the good of the whole. And I also just saw that he has the capacity to connect with voters in Wisconsin and Michigan and Nebraska and places where the campaign needs to be successful and needs to build its coalition.
Has he talked to you much about his dynamic the dynamic between these two friends you have as they get to know each other, since he's been picked? Like, how's it been going? What's his mindset right now?
Well, to be clear, I haven't spoken to him a ton. He's been pretty busy.
But you saw him today, right?
Yeah, I saw him today.
Yeah.
He was in great shape, and we had a wonderful meeting. It was the first day of the convention, and as we were sort of coming through security, the vice president nominee's motorcade was coming up. We didn't know who it was. We were sort of standing there, and of course the Secret Service was sort of basically saying, "Stand aside, ma'am." And I was like, "Well, I'm a United States Senator. I think I could go in here." And then it turns out it's Tim and Gwen and Hope and Gus, and we're all like, "Oh my gosh," because we hadn't seen each other since that night before. And he gave me a big hug, and he gave my husband Archie, who's here today, a big hug. And then he just looked at me and he goes, "Isn't this fun?"
Just wait, give him a month when he
I know.
hasn't slept.
I'm like, okay, man, we need all that
2 hours.
enthusiasm right now because we've got all. But the other side of that, I have to say. And when we saw him today and he was speaking to a group of people, and we're all aware, like, this energy is great, but the purpose of this exercise is not to build energy. The purpose of this exercise is to turn that energy into action. Mm-hmm. That's what elections are all about. And he is today was making the point that we can be enthused, but the question is then what do we do in order to win?
With that enthusiasm. What would you say are the biggest assets he brings to the table for the campaign? I mean, you talked about his ability as, governor to talk to people from, different walks of life, different parties, but what about for the campaign in terms of reaching people that maybe Democrats aren't great at reaching?
Well, so if you think about Tim, he'd never been in public life. I mean, he'd been a teacher, had been an active member of the community in so many ways, a coach, but he had never run for office. And so he decides to run for office in Minnesota's 1st district. And literally those of us who were doing politics in Minnesota were like, "That's so nice." Have a great time. Thank you for running. It was really about that intense of, like, this is never going to happen.
Right.
A Democrat hadn't won in that district since 1890 or something like
right.
that.
And this is a guy with zero campaign experience.
Right. I knew a lot of people that had been a teacher, but I mean, there's a
But there's a big difference between teaching high
That's
schoolers.
Right.
Maybe that's actually harder than running a campaign. I don't know, but yeah, continue.
That's true. Well, the toughest audience that I can imagine is standing in front of a group of 16-year-olds.
Oh yeah.
So, I think he was used to that, but. The reason I'm bringing this up is because I think that experience of running and winning in that very Republican district is one of his strengths as a leader, because he knows how to connect to people. He is not that far removed from folks that are like, they don't wake up every day saying, "I'm a Democrat" or "I'm a Republican." They just wake up trying to figure out how to make their lives work. They got a lot on their minds. They got a lot of challenges. They love this country, and they are not interested in the political to and fro. They're interested in, like, what's going to make their lives better in this moment.
I wanted to ask you about something that I have been actually asking myself for a while. The genesis of this whole weird, you know that thing that went, the clip that went viral?
Yeah.
Have you heard him say that before, or is that like,
well,
is it very like Tim, as you would say backstage, very Walz? Like, do you know the genesis of that at all?
Well, so what I would say is that for those of you who are Minnesotans or know Minnesotans, you may know that we don't always like we're like the opposite of Brooklyn. Like, we don't go right out there and like punch you. We like kind of do it in a sideways. So it would be very typical for us to say like, that's special.
Special.
You know, or you would say, that's interesting, which is like, if somebody says that's interesting, like, you are toast. And weird
This is the
like,
Midwestern
it's like
nice.
one, like, I know, I'm like translating Midwestern for everybody here today.
Yeah.
And weird is sort of like, that's a notch up from interesting. Like,
Yeah.
that's just weird.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of the way we talk about things that we are not in favor of and we think are just like actually pretty bad.
So the funny thing about this is between that and his quip at, I can't remember which rally it was, the thing about talking about J.D. Vance and the couch. I'm not going to get into specifics, but I mean, you know, Democrats often hit Republicans for, you know, sort of schoolyard taunts, right? But when Democrats do it, specifically when Tim Walz does it, people are like, zing! Why is that? Isn't it kind of the same thing?
Well, so, you know, I think that there's something going on here which is really interesting. So you have Donald Trump and J.D. Vance that are classic bullies. And they build power by denigrating other people, by making fun of them, and that like boosts them up. And how do you fight a bully? Well, one of the ways that you can fight a bully is instead of making them bigger, you can make them smaller. This is what Michelle Obama, I think, was talking about last night, and I think it is something that Tim Walz intuitively understands, that you point out the smallness of what they are doing, what they are saying, how they're behaving, and it sort of pulls the wool away from people's eyes a little bit. You know, it sort of exposes what's really going on in terms that people can understand. And I mean, maybe that is something that people will understand because they recognize it in their daily lives. They know what that looks like, as opposed to like, this is an existential threat. I mean, I think that Donald Trump is an existential threat, but that's not how people actually talk in their regular lives about what's going on, right? Maybe, I think that's part of it.
Gotcha. You mentioned Republicans and bullying was the word you used. Republicans have obviously been going after Walz pretty hard on a personal level, accusing him of lying about his military service, of him lying about his family's fertility journey is the latest thing, I guess. Politically speaking, I mean, we've written about this in Playbook. I don't really understand the strategy behind that, but what do you sort of make of this? I mean, have you talked to him or Gwen, his wife in particular, who I know you know as well, about how they sort of handled that, how that's like impacted them as a family? Like, what do you make of these very personal jabs?
Well, so, you know, I mean, the attack on the Walz family for their infertility challenges is beyond the pale. I mean, I've never seen, nobody in his elections in Minnesota has ever stooped that low.
And just to be clear for people, the charge is that, you know, Walz and his family have talked a lot about, you know, their challenges with fertility issues, and Republicans are saying, oh, he just got an IUI, which is different than IVF, and so they sort of tried to diminish it. And it's like if you're getting to the point of, you know, getting fertility treatments at all, you've been through a lot of pain already,
You've
and
already
that
been
is,
through
you
a
know,
lot.
that is
right.
Anyway, so continue.
Yeah. So thank you for that. I think with regard to his National Guard service, 24 years, served in the National Guard, there were attempts to sort of use that against him in past campaigns, and they never succeeded because most people look at this and go, what are you talking about? The guy served in the National Guard for, what, over 20 years. He enlisted when he was 17. So, like, what are you talking about? And I know, of course, that was part of, you know, that the Harris campaign was well aware of that issue and the way that it had been a failed attempt to attack him in the past. So this is the nature of politics. What I think is really happening here is that Trump and Vance and the campaign can't get their arms around this. They can't figure out like how to win against somebody like Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And so it's kind of like throwing stuff out there and seeing what happens. And you know, so far I don't think they're hitting it.
So with the military stuff, he had made some inaccurate statements, but he corrected them since they were pointed out. I just, the going after and spending so much time on that when voters want to hear more about issues has been sort of perplexing for me. But I'm going to go to issues next because Walz, you know, he did sign a bunch of pretty popular proposals into law, things like paid family leave, school lunches, background checks. But he also, you know, backed some priorities that are not as popular with swing voters. Specifically, this idea of giving driver's licenses to undocumented immigrants, as well as allowing them to participate in this, you know, the free or subsidized college program and taxpayer-funded health care benefits at the state level. I'm wondering, are these policies that you think Walz, as a vice president, will push for, you know, to go nationally, or what is your thought on that?
Well, I think clearly, you know, as Tim moves into this role of vice president with President Harris, the two of them will figure out what is it they want to push, how they want to move along. And of course, they're going to be in the executive branch. And so the legislative branch will be bringing forth laws, and they'll make decisions about what they're going to support, what President Harris will sign and what is not. But what I think will come with Tim as he goes into this role is you know, looking for practical, pragmatic solutions that people need and have asked for. This issue of driver's licenses for all, as a matter of fact, has been something that has been worked on for a long, long time in Minnesota, and it basically was a public safety issue.
I think Illinois just did something like that.
I worked on this when I was lieutenant governor, and in fact, it was, you know, in the early days, it had bipartisan support because folks, legislators in rural parts of Minnesota who had many folks who were working, for example, in meat processing facilities and needed to drive. They were driving their kids to school. It was just safer
for them to require to get training.
For them to have safer and better for everybody. But the two of them together will figure out what their priorities are. I think they've been pretty clear. I'm excited to hear about what they're talking about with regard to helping Americans with the deep challenge of housing affordability, which is also something that Tim has done some really great work on. Tim and Lieutenant Governor Flanagan and the legislature did some great work on as well.
Do you think that that proposal Harris has put out, the $25,000 to help people with the down payment, do you think that and the additional building of housing, et cetera, that's something you guys will pass within the first, you know, few months if you get the majority in the White House?
Well, I mean, I can't say for sure how long it will take and what we would be able to do, but I can tell you, working on as I'm chair of the housing subcommittee, that that issues around addressing the deep shortage of housing supply in this country, well, you know, millions of housing apartments and homes short, addressing that shortage, figuring out how you go about that on the supply side, and then on the demand side, helping to make those places more affordable for people is a priority, and even a bipartisan priority. I've worked with Mike Rounds from South Dakota on this policy issue, particularly when it comes to rural housing. So I think there's lots of bipartisan interest in moving some of those proposals forward.
Yeah, a lot of young people struggling to get that initial down payment to pay a house. I do wonder, though, if, you know, putting that money, giving that money, does that create a bigger problem, though, in terms of the demand side when you don't have the supply, as you just mentioned? Or do you think this idea she has about, you know, building X amount of new houses, will that make up for it? Or I'm just curious if it exacerbates the problem, I guess.
Well, so my view of it is that what you need to do is you need to look at this holistically. You need to look at both what do you do to make housing more affordable. One of the most important things that you need to do is to build more houses, build more apartments, and make sure that they're affordable. And so it's both a housing demand and housing supply issue, and I think we need to work on it from both perspectives. And what Governor Walz did in Minnesota was to put significant resources into building out more housing units, which I think will be useful and lowering costs in the long run, or medium run.
Our events person just came in and gave me a look, but I'm going to ask you one more question, if you don't mind. I want to talk about your relationship with Harris, because I think it illuminates, you know, how she's going to be working with the Senate and the Congress if she wins. You know, there was another certain senator who didn't spend a lot of time in the chamber and then went on to the White House, who kind of became too cool for school. You don't have to confirm that, but, you know, it's been reported that he didn't have a great relationship with the Hill after he left. My understanding is that Harris has not been like that, and specifically with women, female senators, has had y'all over for a bunch of like gatherings. Can you just tell us a little bit about her relationship with the senators that she served with, and how that might help you guys, you know, if you have all levers of power?
Yeah, well, so Vice President Harris had really good relationships in the Senate, and she also had especially good relationships with the other women senators. And since she has gone to be Vice President, she's invited bipartisan, Republicans and Democrats all together to come over and have dinner. And it's just an example of how, if you focus on relationships, it's much easier to find a path towards reaching agreement on policy if you have those underlying relationships, and you develop trust for one another.
Did she cook for you guys when you were there? Because I hear she's a good cook.
She's a really great cook. Now, when she was in the Senate, she invited, I was over to dinner a few times where she made an amazing pasta dinner, and Doug kind of came in and said hello after we had all finished talking. And
this is girl time, Doug. Go
away. We had a great time. When she invited all of us senator women over, she relied on the incredible Naval Observatory staff to. But you know what she does is she gives them her family recipes, and then they prepare the food that
she's going to be judging what they're serving. I would not want to be in that position. Well, that is all the time we have. Thank you, Senator, for doing this.
Thank you very much. Fun to be with you all.
Please welcome Politico's national political correspondent and author of the Recast, Brakkton Booker, and Georgia Senator, Raphael Warnock.
All right. We got some good intro music. I am not mad at that. Hello, everybody.
Questions. I guess that's what I'm going to get, questions.
You're going to get some questions. I got to get through this intro first, if you don't mind. All right. So I'm Brakkton Booker, a correspondent with Politico. And, this guy needs no introduction, obviously. He's a trailblazer. He's a senator. He's a pastor. He's one of the most sought-after voices in the Democratic Party. It's very hard to catch up with this man to get an interview, so we're so lucky to have him here today. So welcome in, Senator Warnock. So look, we're going to talk about a range of things, but I think I got to ask about what happened yesterday during the roll call. I think it was the roll call heard around the world. Did you know Lil Jon was going to be there? And what does this say about where Georgia is in sort of where Georgia is as far as the Democratic Party?
Look, Georgia is full of surprises, right? We shocked the world in 2021 when we flipped the Senate. And yesterday, I think it's safe to say that we won the roll call.
You won the roll call too? Okay. All right.
Lil Jon, I mean, come on.
Well, look, there was some other things that happened last night too. There was some roof-raising speeches that were given by the former First Lady, the former president. They kind of gave their take about what this moment is calling for, and they sought to kind of really reframe where we are in American politics, right? They issued this urgent plea that Democrats can't really sit on their hands this election.
Right.
But I think what really stood out was First Lady Michelle Obama, basically a stunning admission that, the We Go High approach did not really work 8 years ago, and there needs to be kind of a course correction here. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, look, I think what the president and former president and first lady were communicating is that we can't take anything for granted in this race, that we've got to run this all the way through the tape. I don't know, I'm feeling very much inspired by the energy that I'm feeling here in Chicago. You can't contain it, right? And I'm feeling that same energy on the ground in Georgia and across the country. But, we know how these races go. I think on the other side of Labor Day, somewhere between Labor Day and the first week of October, this race is likely to tighten. We're in a country that's about 50-50. And I think part of their message to us was that we've got to run this all the way through the tape. That means phone banking. That means knocking on doors. It means not only voting, but making sure everybody in your circle votes, because these races get decided by the margins, precinct by precinct. And because the stakes are so high, I mean, we can talk about the issues, talk about pocketbook issues, the economy, all of those things matter, the prescription drugs, college tuition, but the democracy itself is on the ballot. And as long as we have a democracy, we have a framework in which to fight. And so given the high stakes, we're not taking anything for granted.
And so how do you get this enthusiasm from inside this arena where certainly everybody is already fired up, outside of the rallies that the vice president and her running mate Walz are having? How do you get that in the streets and make sure that what you're saying, this enthusiasm runs through the tape? How do you get people off the bench here?
You have to center the people. Look, I think most people are so busy working in an economy over the last 40, 50 years where just ordinary working class folks have to work so very hard, where, you know, minimum wage or basic working wage is difficult to afford rent in major cities all across the country. And these are systemic issues that transcend any administration. And so folks very often, you know, they're paying attention, but they're busy doing their work. And I think the work that we have to do is to help them to see the relationship between public policy, our legislation, and their ordinary everyday lives. And so what I do is I try to make that plain for folks. I've been in rooms all across Georgia, and when the folks have been asking me, well, what did they do? What did they achieve? And there are a few questions I ask. One of the questions I ask is, have you or anybody you know received student debt relief? And it's interesting, sometimes in the very rooms where folks say, well, what did they get done? A number of hands go up. And either folks had their student debt relieved or someone they know closes the racial wealth gap, literally transforms lives. And I have to remind them who did that. Joe Biden did it. With one hand behind his back, with the Republicans suing him, he still found a way to do it. We've done $160 billion worth of student debt relief. We've capped the cost of prescription drugs, including my bill, which caps the cost of insulin to no more than $35 of out-of-pocket costs. I've got a bipartisan bill right now trying to get that done for everybody, people who have insurance, people who don't have insurance. We're doing, I introduced a bill a few weeks ago on housing, which is along the lines of what Vice President Harris rolled out a few days ago. We've got a real crisis around affordable housing in this country, both home ownership and renting. And part of the problem is we got these old rules, these old regulations in these local municipalities and cities that have really made it difficult to produce enough product. We got to deal with the supply side. So all of these kinds of pocketbook, basic everyday issues, I think we have to make it plain and help people to see the difference between what we're offering and what the other side is offering. So far, what I've heard from the other side is they want to give tax cuts to people who need them the least on the backs of folks who can use support the most.
Okay, let me jump in and ask you about your remarks on Monday. I think the part of your speech that got the most applause and people brought to their feet was when you were talking about this effort of unity and turning the page here, where you talked about all my children need to be okay. And then you said, I need poor children in Israel and poor children in Gaza. I need Israelis and Palestinians to be okay because we're all God's children. Now, obviously, the Israel-Gaza situation is something that is maybe a hurdle for some in the party to get over in order to cast their votes in November for Kamala Harris. Where do you stand, particularly on the sticking point of, U.S. aid to Israel as far as arms? They are calling for an arms embargo. Where do you stand, and how much of a hurdle do you think this is for Harris to overcome?
Well, I meant it when I said that I need all of God's children to be okay. Certainly American children on both sides of the track, Palestinian children, Israeli children, the children of Haiti, the children of Congo, the children of Ukraine. And I meant that. But the work around that is not easy. If it were a simple issue, it would have been solved a long time ago. But we remain focused on this issue. I said months ago that we needed a ceasefire, and I continue to call on both sides to find a way to peace and to do that quickly.
On the arms embargo, though, because that seems to be the biggest sticking point.
I mean, I have not run into constituents who are asking me about an arms embargo. We're talking about the Middle East. This is a very complicated region in the world. We're not even just talking about Palestinians and Israelis. We're talking about the machinations of Hezbollah and other actors, Iranian proxies in the region. And we have to protect American interests and make sure that there's peace in that region. Israel is our ally, and we don't back up from that one bit. That is our ally in the world, but in that part of the world. But allies are not above critique, and so I have pushed hard early on when we found ourselves in this situation. I've called for the return of the hostages. I think we need a situation that maximizes the chances of them being returned safely. I have continued to press the issues around humanitarian aid and making sure that children get aid. I've been deeply concerned about Palestinian children. There's an acronym in Gaza that basically says child without any living relatives. I can tell you as a pastor, as a parent, that pulls on my heartstrings. To hear the situation that happened on October 6th, rape used as an instrument of war, that pulls on my heartstrings. And I think very often the politics gets in the way and people want you to decide whether you care about hostages or you care about Palestinian children. I'm a pastor, I care about all of those folks. And I want us to find a way to peace.
Well, you mentioned your father. Governor Walz is speaking tonight. They keep talking about he has this big dad energy. What do you know about him? Have you met him? Have you had any time to chat with him?
I have not had the pleasure of meeting Governor Walz, Coach Walz yet, but I can tell you I like what I see.
What do you like?
Look, first of all, this man is a patriot. He has served 24 years in the military. And shame on J.D. Vance, shame on anybody who would try to attack the military service of somebody who served 24 years defending our country. He is an educator, he's a coach, and here's why I know he can get things in Washington, get things done in Washington. Anybody who's been on lunchroom duty that many years and can have some peace in the cafeteria in a high school can find a way to work through gridlock in Washington.
All right. All right, let me switch gears and talk specifically about the Harris candidacy. One of her first stops was down in your hometown, Atlanta. And to me, it was a big showing about the Divine Nine, right? The Divine Nine were like in the stands for folks who haven't been to
You got to tell these folks who the Divine Nine is.
The Divine Nine. No, we all know what the Divine Nine is, but the Divine Nine is a collection of historically black sororities and fraternities. A lot of them founded at HBCUs, for which I went to and he went to. I went to Howard. We went to Morehouse, so we're struggling with our little rivalry here. But my man here is an alpha. The vice president is an AKA. And at that rally, you spoke, the mayor of Atlanta, Andre Dickens spoke, who's a member of Kappa Alpha Psi, Nikema Williams, who's also an AKA. She's the Georgia Party chair and also a congresswoman. To me, it was a showing of just how deep and how strong the Divine Nine is in politics. Can you just talk to me a little bit about kind of what that moment meant on the stage and what this would mean for this country if this vice president becomes the first, member of the Divine Nine in the White House?
Well, it's a long tradition, and I'm proud to say that my fraternity Alpha Phi Alpha, founded in 1906, is the oldest, and of these traditionally black fraternities and sororities. Look, there is support across these 9 organizations, and there's a great deal of excitement that Kamala Harris is running. I felt the same thing, by the way, in my own race. Alphas and Omegas, for example, have a kind of real friendly rivalry, but it's a serious rivalry. But I have to tell you that as I've been running in Georgia over the last 3 years, first time I'm not running since I've been in politics, I felt a lot of love and support from members of other fraternities as well as the sororities. And I think you'll see a great deal of organizing. These groups have been doing this kind of work and organizing for years around a host of issues. And this just gives them one more historic chance to make a real difference in the world.
So what is your assessment about how the vice president was able to coalesce the party so quickly? I mean, a couple of weeks ago, we were talking about having a broker convention. It was going to be a knockdown, drag-out fight. It's been nothing of that sort. And I think a lot of people are sort of shocked to see that it came together. And look, people were talking about yesterday as being the ultimate flex, right? The ultimate flex of her not even being here, but filling up another arena some 90 miles away. So like, talk to me about how she was able to do that and what you know about her. Can you share some insights about
She's been doing the work. Kamala Harris
has
been putting in the work. And on a whole range of issues. Look, she has been working alongside the president as we did things like pass the expanded child tax credit, which, by the way, is the largest single tax cut for middle and working class families in American history. She is a leader on so many fronts. I was with her in Atlanta a couple of months ago when we didn't know she would be the nominee, and we were talking about the fact that we were providing funding for this project in Atlanta that literally was going to restitch old communities that had been separated back in the 1950s in the name of something called urban renewal. A lot of African American communities were literally split in two. And they just ran the highway straight through it. Communities were broken up. The ecosystems of entrepreneurial businesses split up. And this story can be told dozens of times all across our country. She was in Atlanta touting the work that we were doing through the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the bipartisan infrastructure law, to do something about this. So people have been watching her. We've seen the work that she's putting in. And to her credit, she and her team worked very hard to close those ranks. Shortly after the president announced that he was not running and that he was endorsing her, I can tell you that she was on the phone with me within a couple of hours asking for my support. She and I are friends. She didn't take it for granted. She called and asked for my support. I was glad to get it. And wow, she's looking great out there. She's doing a fantastic job, and we're going to do this all the way to November.
Well, let me ask, I mean, like, you made history as becoming the first black senator from Georgia. There are questions about whether or not she should lean even more forcefully into her identity. Other surrogates seem to be doing that on her behalf. She's not really leading into, identity politics and like maybe talking about her story as forcefully as she could. Do you expect her to do that tomorrow when she takes the stage? Does she need to do that?
Well, look, your biography, your story is about your experience, and your experience informs the work that you do, which is why we do want government that looks like the country. But for everyday folks who are out there trying to figure out their lives, they want to know, what are you going to do for me and for my family? And I'm proud of the fact that she is positioned to make history, but what's much more important is that she's getting ready to make a difference in the lives of ordinary people so that they can break through whatever barriers that are in front of them. And I think you'll hear her make that case for why she is just a better choice. I mean, this she's just a better choice than Donald Trump. I mean, it's not even close. Every now and then, and maybe because I'm a pastor, I have empathy for everybody. Every now and then, for a moment, I feel sorry for the Republicans. I mean, they're literally having to run a criminal against a prosecutor. I mean, that's a pretty bad position to be in, and she has a lot of experience with prosecuting criminals. And in this case, I think she will make the case. The American people are the jury, and I think we're going to get the verdict right.
Okay. So you don't think she needs to lean more forcefully, though? You just think the biography is enough?
I think what she doesn't need is my advice about how to run, and she's doing a great job.
You know a thing or two about winning in Georgia, so maybe she could actually get some advice about how to keep Georgia blue. What is your advice to her on that?
Oh, I mean, look, what I did in Georgia is I talked to everybody, and I would go into little towns in Georgia, sometimes in ruby red parts of the state, or in just some little small area, and folks would be surprised that I was there. This was before I even got elected. They were surprised that somebody running for the Senate had shown up in their little town. I was surprised that they were surprised because I was running to be the senator for all of Georgia, and I meant that. Particularly in those small rural towns in Georgia where the hospital had closed because state officials playing political games keep refusing to expand Medicaid in our state. We've had 10 or more hospitals to close in our state. And so when a hospital closes in a rural area like that, it is a real assault on the healthcare system in that region, but also on the economy. Often it's the biggest employer in the area. And so I went to these areas and I talked to folks, and that's what I would encourage her to do. I think that's what you're going to see her do. Lean into our base, lean into the folks who would naturally support her, but also it's important to talk to the people who are in the middle, and it's important to talk to Republicans. I will admit, I like the fact that when I moved through Georgia, I often run into Republicans who say, look, I'm a Republican, but I voted for you. And I appreciate the work that you're doing. For me, that's a real honor. I'm listed as the 14th most bipartisan senator in the Senate. And I work with people with whom I disagree 95% of the time, and we can find a couple things to work on. I'll work on them with you, and then I'll go back and fight you on the other issues, because it shouldn't be about the politicians. It shouldn't be about the politics. It should be about making a difference in the lives of ordinary people. And as she makes that case around the issue of prescription drugs, as people are having to choose between buying groceries and buying medicine, as she makes that case around the issue of affordable housing, as she fights to make permanent this tax cut for middle and working class families through the expanded child tax credit that I and others have fought so hard for. I think that's what people will respond to. It's clear that she's talking about the problems of the American people, and Donald Trump is busy talking about his problems. I think we ought to leave him unemployed so he can focus on his problems, and we'll remain focused on the problems of ordinary people.
All right, this will be my final question, and it has to do with Georgia being kind of the center of the new voter laws after you got elected that were passed, these so-called voter suppression laws, right? Do you think that if Democrats keep the majority in the Senate, that Leader Schumer needs to commit to getting rid of the filibuster in order to protect voting rights? I mean, Manchin's going to be gone, Sinema's going to be gone, two folks that were some major impediments in moving that along. Where do you think that needs to go as far as how the Senate handles this?
Here's what I believe. Voting rights is not just one issue alongside other issues. It is the framework in which we get to fight for everything else that we care about. It is about the democracy itself. It is the house, the very house we live in. And so I have always said that no Senate rule should be able to block people's ability to be heard in their democracy. And for the record, as we were trying to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, the Freedom to Vote Act, 2 years ago, we actually were not fighting to get rid of the filibuster. We were actually trying to have a real filibuster for a change. You know, I go back and you see the old tapes where the old segregationists tied up the Senate for days and weeks blocking civil rights legislation. And as frustrating and disconcerting as it is even to watch those tapes, at least the old segregationists, at least they had to actually hold the floor. But nowadays, a filibuster is just a procedural thing you declare. I call it a latte filibuster. You don't have to do anything. You can go have a cup of coffee, tie up and block legislation without any effort. Doesn't cost you anything. And so we had put forward a reform proposal on the filibuster that would have exacted a lot of pain from both sides. Perhaps it would have tied up the Senate for weeks, but I thought it was worth it in order to pass voting rights. In the end, we got every Democrat on board except 2, and they will not be returning to the Senate. And so I remain hopeful that we'll find a way to pass voting rights.
So do you think Senator Schumer needs to, commit to actually either putting that reform in place or commit to getting rid of the filibuster altogether?
I introduced these bills this year. So even when we didn't have the majority in the House, we have the majority in the Senate. We can't relent. We can't back up on voting rights, not even for a moment. And for me, again, we had put forward a reform that would have not involved getting rid of the filibuster, but it would have actually exacted pain on both sides. And at the end of the day, you get a chance to speak. You get a chance to vote. And the urgency of getting this done, I think, can't be overstated. So I'm open to whatever options we need to consider to get us there. I can tell you that right now, on the ground in Georgia, we're seeing continuing attacks on people's basic rights to vote. We've got a provision in SB 202 that literally allows citizens to just challenge the validity of other citizens and their voter registration. We had 6 activists in Georgia present some 85,000 such challenges to people's ability to vote. You could literally show up and don't know that there's an issue with your registration because some random citizen has challenged it. Why are they able to do this? Because the Supreme Court gutted Section 4 of the voting rights law in 2013 in Holder versus Shelby. So we've got to find a way to restore voting rights in our country. Nothing could be more urgent.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. Thank you so much for being a great audience. Senator Warnock, thanks so much.
Thank you, everybody, for sticking with us today. Small announcement, we're going to take a short break for a few minutes, and when we come back, we'll have Pennsylvania Governor Shapiro with Politico's founding editor, John Harris. So our most exciting conversation yet to come. So enjoy your break, have a drink, have a snack, use the bathroom, and save your seat for dessert. Thank you so much.
Please take your seat. The program will be starting soon. please welcome Politico's global editor-in-chief, John Harris, and Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro.
Is this the hot seat?
I think that is the
All
one.
right, I'm ready.
Cool to the touch. Good evening, I guess, now. Everybody, welcome to the Political Workspace. We've got a big guest here in Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, just like, what, we're an hour and a half away from your
I'm
time?
speaking tonight, I think like 8:30 or so, something like that, a couple hours.
Well, sir, we don't know each other rather than just meeting backstage right now, but there are a lot of politicos who do know you and reporters from other news organizations who know you that I know. What do I need to know about Governor Shapiro? Well, he's very lawyerly, very controlled, very disciplined. You won't take him anywhere he doesn't want to go. You won't trick him into saying something off message.
So you're going to try?
Well, did you take that as an insult or a compliment, what these other reporters say?
Whatever y'all think. But I do try and be disciplined. I try and be thoughtful about what I say.
Very good. I took it as a challenge.
Okay.
But first off, you won't go anywhere you don't want to go. Where do you want to go? What's on your mind tonight? We'll start with a nice softball. We'll trick you into.
I'll tell you what's on my mind tonight. What's on my mind a lot. It was on my mind in my campaign for governor back in 2022. It's on the minds of Pennsylvanians routinely when I'm traveling in rural, urban, suburban communities. And what I'm going to be talking about tonight, which is freedom and democracy. It's something I've been talking about for years. It's something that I think is the centerpiece of this campaign of Kamala Harris versus the other guy. And I'm excited to prosecute the case on freedom, both tonight in my remarks and over the next 75 days of this election.
Got it. How to win, and I'm hoping you can answer this both as a governor, but also as a politician and somebody who knows your state well and in very tactile terms. What does it take for a Democrat to run successfully in Pennsylvania?
Yeah. So listen, I've been on the ballot since 2004 in Pennsylvania. I have never lost an election. I've run in 3 statewide elections. I've won all 3 and twice set a record for the most votes ever. So I know a little something about winning in Pennsylvania. You got to show up. You got to treat people with respect. You got to understand that campaigns aren't won only in an urban area or only in a rural area, but in urban, rural, and suburban communities. You got to listen to people's needs, and you've got to deliver for them. What I've learned during my time running for office successfully in Pennsylvania is no matter how different the terrain looks, folks basically want the same 4 things. They want really good schools for their kids and grandkids. They want safe communities. They want economic opportunity, no matter what you look like, where you come from, who you love, who you pray to. And they want their freedoms and rights protected. That's true when I'm in rural Venango County, and that's true when I'm in urban Philadelphia County. And the reality is, if you can speak to those issues, if you can show up, treat people with respect, and deliver for them, they're going to reward you with their vote. And I've been pleased to not only earn Democratic votes, but a whole lot of independent and Republican votes as well.
I must say I was surprised in the 2016 election, but I wasn't surprised as many of my colleagues. I've got family and grew up myself in Western New York, so right up Route 15 from Washington, D.C., through Harrisburg, through Williamsport.
Right through the center of Pennsylvania.
Right through the center, and you could hardly miss it, the amount of enthusiasm that was there just from yard signs and all the rest for Donald Trump at that time. What is that about in the state that has been historically Democratic, and of course it's got these 2 very strong urban hubs at each end? What do you think is the state of his movement?
Well, Donald Trump won in 2016 by 44,000 votes. In a state of 13 million people, about over 9 million registered voters. So you're talking about less than 1%. We've got razor-thin elections. I think it's really important to note, though, since that night in 2016, every single time Donald Trump or one of his offspring have been on the ballot, they've gotten beat. I beat his offspring, Doug Mastriano, and a whole lot of other candidates who tried to adopt Trumpism have lost. You've seen that not just statewide. You've seen that in school board races. You've seen that in other competitive districts as well. So I think while there's some energy and fervency toward him, it has not been a winning formula. They have lost a hell of a lot more than they've won in Pennsylvania since 2016.
He can't transfer to other people. That's apparent by that record that you described. How much does he still have himself? The Obamas last night seemed to be playing into not so much the issue of he's a mortal threat to democracy. They may well believe that, but that we're tired of him. We've got to move past the chaos. He's a buffoon. He's the neighbor who won't turn off his
leaf blower. Whatever,
exactly.
Yeah. I thought that was awesome. That was Michelle, who, by the way, she rocked last night. I mean, she was incredible. Look, one thing I'd respectfully amend your question.
Sure.
Remember, he lost in 2020. People remember 2016, but he lost in 2020 by twice the amount of votes that he won by in 2016. So let's not lose sight of that fact, and let's not lose sight of the fact that Donald Trump, when he was in office, brought a whole lot of chaos, fewer jobs, and a lot less freedom to Pennsylvania and across the country. And I think there are some people out there, not in this room, and I'm not intending to insult anybody, but there's some people out there who've got a little brain fog, who don't remember the chaos that he brought. And I guess what I would say to you in response to your question is, I think the Obamas were right to talk about that chaos, right? The leaf blower aspect of it. But don't sleep on democracy and freedom. That is on the ballot, and Donald Trump is a threat to it. Remember what he did when he had the keys to the White House the first time. He ripped away the fundamental freedom from millions of women to be able to make decisions over their own bodies. And remember, he did not know what the hell he was doing when he got there. And he had guardrails around him. He had people around him who were stopping him from doing stuff. He's unmoored. He's got no guardrails. He's got no conviction other than, the 34 felonies. And this is a guy who right now fundamentally is dangerous when it comes to our democracy and wants to restrict more of our freedoms and will inject more chaos in our lives. I think people are able to kind of walk and chew gum, meaning they're able to understand two things at once. They can understand the threat to democracy and freedom, and they can understand the chaos that he injects into the conversation.
Obviously, you were one of the people that Vice President Harris was talking to seriously, considering seriously to be her running mate. The fun thing about covering politics these days is almost every person in the audience, every reader who cares about this stuff is themselves a political consultant or a would-be political consultant. Just as anyone who lives in Philadelphia is a would-be coach of the Eagles or whatever. But plenty of people were saying...
look, some of us could coach the Eagles. No, we got a great coach.
But there was people, why not pick somebody who would take a critical swing state, there's not that many of them, and take it off the table? Would you have taken it off the table?
Listen, I recognize in this room, you're great writers of Politico, y'all analyze politics and you think about it. But what I think you're missing in this, and I mean this respectfully, I'm not one to bash the media in any way. No. I mean this respectfully. This was never a political conversation. I said for weeks leading up to it, I guess 2 weeks leading up to it, that this was a deeply personal decision for the vice president.
Sure.
It's also a deeply personal decision for me.
Right.
And so I think it's important that folks understand that sure, there's political considerations, but at the end of the day, this is about her vision for that office and who best fits that vision for that office.
Sure. And what about your vision of your own how you want to serve? You've obviously got very important responsibilities now. Your spouse and I were just talking. You've still got relatively young children.
We do.
What were the pluses and cons in your own mind as to whether you would want to put yourself forward for such a responsibility? Obviously, knowing that it was the nominee's decision. But you must have had your own calculations, your own very serious conversation with yourself and with the important people in your life.
Lori, my wife Lori, who's over here, who's my rock. We've been together since the 9th grade. She hates when I tell people that, but it's true.
Been together continuously.
We had a little break. I'm not getting into the break part, but You can't ask me about that. We talk about everything, and we've grown up in this together, and we are totally committed to public service. And when you're totally committed to public service, and you've got 4 kids, that means they're engaged and committed in public service as well. We're very willing to make that sacrifice to serve others. And I think I've got and I mean this respectfully to any other elected official, I think I got the best job in American politics, being the governor of Pennsylvania. One of the things I say as I travel across the Commonwealth and try and motivate others to pass bills or make investments to help other people is, I think every Pennsylvanian should have the freedom to chart their own course and the opportunity to succeed. And for me, I've always tried to do my politics in a way that I could chart my own course. And I love being able to do that as governor.
Now, so you taunted me earlier about this isn't all just about politics. Of course, it's about the policy substance. Let me ask a couple of questions on that score, important to Pennsylvania, and how Pennsylvania responds to a Democratic ticket. Vice President Harris has had to explain her record on fracking, where she was previously opposed to it, now made clear that she has an open mind. You yourself, although you're a supporter of the Biden administration, had been publicly critical of them for trying to, as I understand it, to control or limit exports on LNG.
Yeah, I just thought they should move quicker in their process, yeah.
You thought it was going too slow?
Well, they put a pause. I said the pause should be quick. We got to get people to work, yeah.
How will these energy issues play out in the fight for Pennsylvania?
Energy is a huge issue in Pennsylvania. I'm an all-of-the-above energy governor. We are a net energy exporter. Energy puts people to work in Pennsylvania. Energy puts food on the table and creates family-sustaining jobs. Energy is a big reason why we've got so many members of the building trades in Pennsylvania doing incredibly important work. And I must tell you that the fact that the vice president, now our nominee, heard that from people in Pennsylvania and made clear that she's evolved on that position, I think is really a sign of strength, a sign that she's listened to the importance of energy in Pennsylvania and that she's going to continue to help us be a net energy exporter and put people to work.
The state now, we're 10, 12 weeks out from the election, not really that far. We're 10 to 12 weeks out from November 5th. We're not that far out from voting, right? Because
no, mid-September.
Mid-September in Pennsylvania. Give us your appraisal of where the state stands now, and what is the work before Vice President Harris and Governor Walz in your state? Where are they on offense? They just have to make their position known. Right. Where are they on defense, where they have to reassure blocks of voters about where they stand?
Yeah. Well, let's recognize, I think Kamala Harris has been our nominee for 30 days or something, 35 days. It's extraordinary, the ground that she's been able to make up. She took a race where Joe Biden was trailing, right? Let's be real. And she's effectively turned it into about an even race. I know you guys have polling, others have polling. It's +1, -1. It's basically an even race. In Pennsylvania, I think I said this earlier, you can pick up 49 yards, but then that last yard and a half to get to the other side of the field and win, that's a slog. But we're now at a point where we can pick up that next yard and a half. And I think what I've seen from the vice president and Governor Walz over the last, even just week, showing up in a community like Beaver County, which is southwestern Pennsylvania, outside of Pittsburgh. J-Mart may be the only person here who knows where Beaver County is. That is a really important sign that they understand the importance of not just winning in Philly and Pittsburgh and the Philly suburbs, but in these other communities that have oftentimes been left behind. I was proud in my governor's race to win Beaver County for the first time as a Democrat in a whole long time. There are other communities like that. They're showing up there. They're talking about reducing costs. They're talking about strengthening our economy, and I think they're putting us in a strong position to win. We got to run through the tape, but we got the wind at our backs, and I feel really, really good about Kamala Harris. And I must just tell you, Tim Walz was a great addition to the ticket to be able to speak to those communities. Laura and I feel really blessed to consider Tim and Gwen good friends, and it's exciting for us now to see our fellow Pennsylvanians, our fellow Americans get to know Tim and Gwen, and I think they're going to be real assets in helping deliver Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm. The Harris-Walz tickets had a real surge of momentum, it seems. It's reflected in the polls. I'm also aware that a number of Democrats over the past 25 years have seemingly started in good position and a very effective opposition. People might say a ruthless opposition or unfair opposition, or maybe they would just say an effective opposition, has taken Democratic candidates. Maybe in some cases this has happened to Republican candidates, but the most vivid examples are Democratic candidates, and all of a sudden make them unrecognizable to themselves. That's effectively what happened to Vice President Gore. That's effectively what happened to
John Kerry.
To John Kerry in 2004. I think Secretary Clinton experienced some of that in 2016. Surely that's coming, right? And what do these two need to do to be more like Barack Obama or Bill Clinton in being able to surmount that and not have the same fate as Al Gore, John Kerry, Hillary Clinton?
Yeah, and listen, I don't want anyone to take the comments I made a moment ago about the enthusiasm I feel for the Harris-Walz ticket, the momentum that we have, to suggest that we get to now kind of sleep on this. I'm Jewish. Some of you may have heard that in the last few weeks. And so I worry about everything, right? And that is just kind of like how I was born, how I was raised, and how I'd lived my life. So I worry about every little thing. And so when something's going really well, you worry about what could go wrong. So that's how I think about these campaigns. And for me, I think what I'm seeing is a candidate, or a nominee, pardon me, a nominee in Kamala Harris who knows she's going to get politically punched, but has a history of being able to absorb the punch and punch back even harder. What I'm seeing is Donald Trump not having any idea how to handle her because he doesn't know how to handle strong women. I think we have seen that throughout his failed career. And he is someone who I think, even if he figures out how to land that punch, will be met with a swift counter punch. The key is, in Pennsylvania and elsewhere, just keep moving. Absorb it, keep moving forward, stay on offense. And I think the Harris-Walz ticket is on offense. I have no doubt that concerning attacks will come, and I have no doubt that they'll be able to respond to them well.
Governor, you mentioned your Jewish faith, and I do have a...
that was a joke about the worry thing. I hope you all...
They got it. They got it.
Got
this is a political crowd. They know how to have some fun with this stuff. But this is a serious question. I was having a conversation some months back with it was a background conversation, so I'm not at liberty to say who, but I will just describe this person as a very prominent Jewish American who's active in national debate. And this person was describing something I've also heard in more private conversations from Jewish friends, Jewish colleagues, which is, you know what, after October 6th, 7th, I'm sorry, beg your pardon. As a Jewish American, I felt very alone. Alone in my party, alone in my country. And this person was quite blunt about the Democratic Party. After the Minneapolis murder of George Floyd, every synagogue in the country was in support of Black Lives Matter. After October 7th, not just black constituencies, but many traditional parts of the Democratic coalition were, oh, this is complicated. We don't necessarily know where we stand or we want to take a stand. This person was saying, I feel hurt, angry, alone.
Yeah.
Does that resonate with you at all?
I think it's really important to separate out complicated from anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
So let's separate that for a moment. It is true that there is anti-Semitism in our country. And let's speak frankly, it's true that there's anti-Semitism in our politics, in both parties. And I think it's really critical that leaders speak and act with moral clarity. Speak out against that. And I also think that moral clarity shouldn't be limited to only speaking out against anti-Semitism. We've seen a rise in Islamophobia. We got to stand up and speak out against that. We can never condone racism, homophobia, any form of hatred and bigotry. By the way, the #1 guy who pushes these types of tropes into our politics is Donald Trump. And so we got to speak out against that. Ironically, he's also one of the people who's stoking up a lot of the division right now and using anti-Semitism and using me and others to try and divide people. And that guy has absolutely no credibility to speak on these issues. He is morally bankrupt when it comes to speaking and acting with moral clarity. So I think it's incumbent upon everybody to speak up and speak out against all forms of hate. Now, why did I say we have to separate out those two concepts? Because what happened on October 7th needs to be condemned by everyone. The 1,200 people who were killed at a music festival, the kibbutz in their community, the hundreds who were taken hostage, including Americans. Let's not lose sight of that. At the hands of a defined terrorist organization, Hamas, defined by the United States government. It is true that we need to grieve for them. It is also true that we can grieve for those who are dying in Gaza, for the innocent lives that are being lost there, that are being taken there. I don't think those two concepts are mutually exclusive. My heart aches for all people who are involved in this. I want the hostages home, and I want to see an end to the violence. I understand that that may seem complicated to some people. But what I think we need to remember is that you can stand up and speak out and express opinion on a policy in the Middle East. But we all have to be united when it comes to standing up and speaking out against anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and all forms of hate. And it is possible for people to carry on all those conversations at once. Most American people do. I understand that is hard sometimes to consume in our media ecosystem, something that is nuanced and thoughtful like that. But I think that's where most people are. That's certainly where I am.
It used to be almost a given that to be a Democrat, to be a member of the Progressive Coalition, meant that you were in support of Israel. One consequence of really a generation in the Israeli government dominated by Prime Minister Netanyahu is that that's no longer a given. There's clearly a divide, a generational divide, and an ideological divide within the Democratic Party. How durable do you think that is going to be? Is this something that Democrats are just going to live with for the indefinite future, that the parties have some disagreement on this issue?
Israel is our critical ally in the Middle East and around the world. You have heard that reaffirmed by Joe Biden many times, and you've heard that reaffirmed, by Kamala Harris. That is the policy of our party, the policy of our nation. Let's be really clear. Benjamin Netanyahu has done a great disservice to Israel, I believe, and I think he's done a great disservice to the way Israel is perceived in this country. I have said many times, dating back many years, I think he's a terrible leader. I think he's leading Israel and has been leading Israel down a dangerous and destructive path long before October 7th. The so-called judicial reforms that really sought to divide Israelis also drove a wedge here in the United States with so many constituencies that are important to me, important to our party, and important to America's interests. And I just think he is someone who is not helping the cause when it comes to Israel.
Vice President Harris made clear, I think emphatically clear, that she did not believe that the Israel-Gaza issue or the religious faith issue was not a factor in her decision that she made about a running mate. At the same time, it is just true that there were progressive activists or purported progressive activists calling you names. Genocide Josh and all the rest. That must have outraged you, and I'm wondering whether you hold any political leaders responsible for that, or at the minimum for not calling their own supporters off.
I know you stated this in your question, but I want you to hear this in my voice. It's very important that you hear this from me. Anti-Semitism played absolutely no role in the dialogue I had with the Vice President. Absolutely none. As I said at the outset, she had a deeply personal decision to make, so did I, and anti-Semitism, and frankly, those ridiculous attacks played no role. And I think it's important that you hear that directly from me, and I appreciate the way you phrased that question, stating the truth. Look, I recognize that I was attacked for my faith. I am very proud of my faith. My faith calls me to serve. Those attacks didn't hurt my feelings. I mean this is all disrespect to reporters in the room. If you write something mean about me, I don't get particularly down. If you write something nice about me, I don't get particularly up. I'm very confident in the decisions I make and the way I am leading my life. I think what upset me about this was the way it made other people feel. The number of people who came up to me, Jewish and non-Jewish, who said that they were feeling targeted by the attacks against me. That actually upset me, especially when it was younger people who were saying to me, you know, I'm Jewish, but I'm worried about being open about my faith. Now, I'm never here to tell anybody how they should practice or how they should live their lives, but when someone tells you that they want to be proud of their faith and they feel like they can't be, that's upsetting. Whether you're Jewish, Christian, you name it, Muslim. And that is what upset me about it, not the attacks on me. I'm a big boy, I can take it. It's the way it made other people feel.
I want to lighten this up just a little bit. You're a well-dressed guy.
I literally wear the same thing every day.
You, like me, are an employer. You've got young people working for you. Different dress codes vary. Would it be okay for somebody to work for the governor of Pennsylvania who wanted to come to work in shorts and a hoodie? Would that be all right with you?
Look, here's our dress code. How about I answer it that way? Typically, I wear a white shirt and a blue suit and sneakers. Kind of like those, but they're black. They told me I had to wear a tie today for this speech.
Oh, okay.
Let me tell you, as soon as I'm done with that speech, I want to get rid of the tie. And that's kind of how we roll in Pennsylvania. You want to be professional. You want to respect the office of the governor, as my team does. We also want to be loose and comfortable, too.
That would assumably apply not just the governor's office, but say other positions of U.S. Senate or what have you?
That's a question for Chuck Schumer to decide what people should wear there.
In fairness, though, you and Senator Fetterman, it seems like you don't click. What's that about?
No, we're good. I think folks have made too much of this. And listen, my team and John's team, Bob Casey's team, our entire congressional delegation, Republican and Democrat, we all work really well together. They're doing important work for Pennsylvania. I need them to be successful so we can be successful in Pennsylvania. They need me to be successful so they can do what they do at the federal level. And I'm grateful for their service. I'm grateful for John's service, Bob Casey's service, and we're going to continue to work well together.
When there was so much speculation and curiosity about you from outside Pennsylvania, who is this fellow Governor Shapiro, there were these videos shown of you in which you do sound remarkably like former President Obama.
Weird.
What's that about?
I don't know.
Do you think that
is weird? I heard a little bit of that.
Is it subconscious?
No,
like you
I don't know.
Grew up or were shaped in the early part of your career?
I mean, look, I think Barack Obama is the greatest orator of my lifetime. I've been blessed, I think, to live at a time where we've had, three really outstanding communicators as president. Ronald Reagan, Bill Clinton, and Barack Obama. All three of them spoke in a really different way, but connected with people in a different way. I think Barack Obama was really the most gifted orator of that group. And like J.D. Vance apparently insulted me about this. It's not really an insult to say you sound like the greatest orator of our time. I can tell you, I don't listen to Barack Obama speeches. I don't try and do that. I speak from the heart. Some of you saw the speech I gave in Philly a couple weeks ago when Kamala and Tim came out and introduced themselves as a ticket in Philly, and I was so psyched to have them there. Lori and I were together. I kind of just walked out there with a card of a few points I wanted to make, and I spoke from the heart. And so I guess, speaking from the heart is what I do, and if it sounds in a way that some people find appealing, then I guess that's good.
But it's not something deliberate or conscious
on your, no, not at all.
On your part.
I'm going to speak tonight, so you'll tell me if...
We all get a chance to...
Y'all get to vote.
To judge. Tell us about that speech. What did you do to prepare? And do you get to say whatever you want, or is it super controlled?
No, they've
let's
been
see
great.
your script?
I mean, you got to
and,
keep it tight because
yeah.
there's a lot of wonderful speakers, and of course tonight the main attraction is Tim Walz, and I'm excited to hear Tim speak. It's a little different for me because I usually don't like write out my speeches. I just kind of have some ideas of what I want to talk about. So you got to really kind of get it tight. You got to keep it formal, and you got to keep it within a certain time range. So, you know, we don't have outside people who help us do that. I work with a great guy in my office named Will Simons on most of my speeches. He's terrific, and we kind of think alike on these things, and he can sort of critique me. I can go back and forth with him, and I really like that process that we have together. So that's what we did, and y'all can be the judge of how it is tonight. I will tell you that I'm going to be talking about freedom, something my wife challenged me on during the 2022 campaign. We were in the midst of a long campaign, and when you're traveling all across Pennsylvania, you're away for days and days and days, and I think it was a Monday, if I'm not mistaken. We had just gotten the kids on the bus. Laura and I were having a cup of coffee for like the 1 hour we were going to be together that week. And something was on TV with Republicans talking about freedom. And all I wanted to do was have a cup of coffee and talk to Lori about anything other than politics. We love sports, maybe talk about that. And she just started going off on, hey, these Republicans, they keep talking about freedom. They're not for freedom at all. What they're doing isn't about freedom. They're actually trying to take away our freedom. And all I wanted to do was not listen and focus on, you know, something else. But I did find myself starting to take a few notes. And those notes turned into a concept. And ultimately, a few days later, along the road trip in Erie, Pennsylvania, I gave my first speech about freedom, thanks to what Lori said to me at the kitchen table. And what you're going to hear tonight is a continuation of that conversation at the kitchen table, what we talked about in Erie and what we talked about throughout our campaign, the way I'm trying to govern in Pennsylvania, and what is at stake in this election.
Is there a way to talk about one of the most important issues related to freedom, abortion rights? Is there a way in Pennsylvania you find it's effective, most effective to talk about this issue versus other ways that are less effective? What is the way for Democrats to prosecute this case?
Yeah. I mean, I won my race with more votes than anybody ever in Pennsylvania. I'm not saying that to pat myself on the back. I'm saying that because I leaned in on these issues, and Republicans, Democrats, and independents all found a home in our campaign. And they've continued to find a home in the way we govern.
And a lot of that flows directly from the threat to a legal right to abortion.
Well, standing up for freedom, I talk about freedom in an affirmative way, but also the risk that Donald Trump poses when it comes to freedom.
You know, we're almost out of time, and I know you're not going to violate confidences about the selection process for a vice presidential nominee, but I'm wondering if you could just talk about it at the personal level. What is that like to find yourself under consideration? What happens, especially in a highly concentrated search like that? Do you have to like, you know, strip down? Do you have to send, you know, find tax records from 1990? Yeah. Just give us a sense of the experience.
I don't think it's sort of prudent for me to, you know, talk out of school on this stuff.
That lawyerly approach
I
other
think,
people mentioned at the.
Listen, Vice President Harris, along with anyone else who's ever gone through this process in terms of selecting someone, they have a right to know everything they want to know about the people they're considering. And I don't think this was any different, presumably, than in the past. I think it was a little bit strange in the fact that you're in a position where you're being evaluated and judged, which I'm used to going through elections, but you're not really in a position to sort of speak out on this stuff or act the way you would if you're in the midst of a campaign. And by the way, that's the right way, because at the end of the day, as I've said many, many times, it's a personal decision for, in this case, Vice President Harris. And I think she made an outstanding pick in Tim Walz.
Last question, very quickly.
You said that was the last question before.
Well, respectful of your time, but for people, you've got an advantage. You know both of the candidates personally. With respect to Vice President Harris, who I think you knew from Attorney General days, right?
No, actually, we know each other from 20 years ago. She was a new prosecutor San Francisco. I was a brand new state representative, and we were both selected to be fellows in the Aspen Institute.
What's something
and go
you
through a
would
leadership
know
program.
about her that even a voter who pays lots of attention wouldn't necessarily know? The thing this tells you what you need to know about Vice President Harris. Can you give us an example?
Look, first off, I think the person that summed up who she is the best was Doug last night. I thought he just gave an incredible speech, and it was warm, and it invited the American people in to learn more about the Kamala Harris that he fell in love with and he's been married to for, what they say, I think 10 years tomorrow or something like that. Kamala is someone who really, I know her slogan is for the people. She's always been like that. Like she's always been trying to figure out, how do I help that person, or how do I fix this, or how do I do that? She's very real, she's very genuine, she's very kind. And she is someone who I think is going to do a great job as the next president of the United States.
Governor Willie, you don't want to strain your vocal cords so close to showtime. Thank you very much for joining.
Good to be with you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to the governor. Thank you to our global editor-in-chief, John Harris. And thank you to all our wonderful moderators and speakers today. Thank you to our audience. Doors open tomorrow at 1 p.m. And you won't want to miss our program, which includes House Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi. So enjoy the rest of your night, and we'll see you here tomorrow.